Welcome to the 2023 FEI Jumping World Challenge Final at the Ranch Equestrian Centre in Polokwane. Well, very good morning to you wherever you may be watching. Perhaps you're watching on Equestrian Live, perhaps you're watching on FEI TV, or perhaps you're watching somewhere on Clip My Horse TV. It's a very good morning from us here at the Ranch Equestrian Centre. We're based in Polokwane. That's in the Limpopo province of sunny South Africa, and it is sunny. It's going to be a warm day today, and here we are at the Ranch for the FEI World Jumping Finals. It is very exciting. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We start off with the FEI Jumping World Challenge, the first qualifier. That is an A2 competition, so one round, quick as you can, least amount of penalties and the quickest time becomes the winner. Then we move on to, in reverse order of qualification, to the second qualifier. So the starting order will be in reverse order of qualification given the results of the first qualifier, and the second qualifier will be a competition, so one round and a jump off. Clears go through to a jump off, and then the final will happen on Saturday. So tomorrow, Friday, will be a rest day. And after the two qualifiers today, the top 50% will go through to the final, which will happen on Saturday. We also have the National Under 25 competitions today. This is a 1 meter 30, the first of those. It's an A2, and the second is a 1 meter 35 competition. So plenty to come here from the Ranch Equestrian here in Polokwane. Joining me this morning from FEI, and a long way away, we're going to be having a chat to the lovely Andrina Wieprestiger. Where are you joining us from, Andrina? You are based where? Switzerland?
Absolutely. I am coming all the way from Switzerland, but some of our athletes have traveled even further, so I definitely can't complain, and I am so happy to be here for this unique event. And South Africa has been amazing, and I think that everyone, no matter the results, at the end is gonna go back home with some amazing memories thanks to the organizers. I mean, look at this setting. It's incredible. What more could you ask for? And the horses are amazing as well.
It's quite an event, and it takes a lot to put an event like this together, and you are person chiefly responsible for doing that. You are the senior manager of FEI Solidarity. First of all, before we talk about the World Jumping Finals, which is what we're here for, let's talk about Solidarity. What is Solidarity and the purpose behind it?
So FEI Solidarity is actually the development department at the International Equestrian Federation. So our focus is assisting our national federation to develop the sport in their country. And we do that for all sports that are FEI disciplines. So that means that we have show jumping, we have dressage, we have eventing. Those are the Olympic disciplines, but we also have endurance, driving, vaulting, para-dressage, para-driving. So there's a lot to be done.
And are there world finals for all of those?
No, because the world final is on border horses.
Okay.
We used to have a format back in the early 2000s when we had the finals for dressage and show jumping that were organized at PSI in Europe, which basically they sell horses. So they have horses on demand for also dressage. It's already hard enough, we estimate, for show jumping to get acquainted with a horse in a very short amount of time. Dressage requires also different skills.
Yes.
And so we haven't had a final in dressage in many years. Who knows? Maybe one day. But for now, only a final in show jumping. However, all of the other series that we now have a series also for vaulting, driving, eventing, and para-dressage, and they all have world rankings. So the idea of the whole competition and the concept is that amateur riders can compete on the same level playing field, on the same courses in their country for show jumping, the same tests for dressage, and they're judged on the same basis. And at the end, we have national rankings, regional rankings, and world rankings. So someone from and you'll see the list of riders and countries that they're coming from. So to have someone from Brazil who can compare their results worldwide with someone who's in Asia
Yes.
or in Africa is something. That's how they are part of the international movements and sports without having to travel all these distances.
Correct. Now, so solidarity, all about development, leads us into this competition, development as well, which is what you've been touching on. Let's talk about this event as a whole. This is, we're here at the finals. It's 2023, but these are the finals for 2022. All the qualifiers were held in 2022, and we now get to the finals in 2023. But where did it all start? How does it work? Same courses all around the world, one course designer, except when we get to the finals. You explain the whole, how it works to the viewer.
So the format, and we've actually changed it because since the final is on barred horses, we wanted to make sure that the riders, once they get here, have also the required level that we expect. So we have 3 categories, A, B, and C. A being the highest, where these athletes have qualified last year, like you said. It's a 1 meter 20, 1 meter 30 competition. There are 3 competitions throughout the season with different courses, and there's a progression between the first competition and the third one, because the idea is again to increase. So the first competition is going to be mostly 120, and they end up their season, depending on how it's organized in the national federations, the country's calendar, they finish on 130. And out of these 3 competitions, there's a drop score. Only the 2 best scores for the athletes. It's a combination. We only qualify combination. An athlete that has several horses will have to nominate the horse with which she intends to attempt to qualify for this event. And so all around the world, like you said, we have a course designer that has been assigned by the FEI, appointed to design the courses. These, in total, there are 6 courses. So because each competition has 2 rounds. And so we get the courses, we publish them, then each country is responsible for organizing each competition in accordance to the rules and using the specific guidelines to build the courses in accordance.
And it's not just the course, it's the dimensions of the arena as well. So every course in every country or region around the world is exactly the same height, distances, specifications, arena dimensions. The only thing that might change is the arena footing.
Correct.
Okay. If an athlete has more than one horse, you have to nominate, and the nominated horse has to go first. So there's no added benefits in having a ride around the course to get a feel and then jumping on nominated horse. So it's very strict in the guidelines. It's very to make it as fair as possible. Best out of 3 scores count. So top 2 scores count, and the athletes are now coming into the arena. So these are the final 16 athletes that are competing here from the 2022 series. There's the South African 2. We're going to go through the athletes in a moment or two, but there were supposed to be 18, I'm told, but unfortunately 2 didn't make it.
Yes, unfortunately, that's the problem. Traveling across the world, especially if you're not necessarily used to, you might not be really on top of your game when it comes to traveling arrangements, and unfortunately our 2 athletes qualified for Iran were not able to get their visa on time to attend the final.
Okay, so we're starting, that looks like, with the Argentinian duo there, Valerio Barruzzo and Juana Ruiz Ocampo. Just behind them, it looks like Matias Caspidis Casel from Bolivia. Then we go on to our Brazilian athlete. Well, the pictures are going back to our Argentinian duo. From Brazil, we have Lina Capello Beltrao. From the Dominican Republic, we have Georgia Ana Iromazzo. I think that's a look at Matias Caspidis Casal, Bolivia. Algeria was leading the parade. That was Karim Mustafao. They're from Brazil. Representing Brazil is Lina Capello Beltrao. I am trying with the pronunciation.
I think you're doing a great job. I couldn't do better, that's for sure.
From Indonesia, we have Natasha Harjuan. Now, some regions have two, some regions have one athlete representing. Why is that?
So the original qualification system is we have 10 regional zones that take part in the challenge, and it's the best two per regional zone that will, based on the regional rankings, that will qualify for the final. However, there are some criterias in terms of also penalties.
Yes.
So they can't have more than 12 penalties that they've accumulated over the two scores that will be counted for the qualification process. So let's say in a country there's only one athlete that will qualify in accordance to those criterias, then the next spot will be given to the next athlete in the world rankings.
Okay.
So that's, but otherwise, yeah, we start with the region, the best two. If the first one can't go, we'll go to the third in the region up until a certain point, and then we move to the world rankings.
Okay. And sometimes circumstance just comes into play where a region couldn't get a second athlete here or for whatever reason.
Correct.
Okay. Total in a good year of maximum of 20 athletes in the final. This year we're fielding, we were to have 18, depleted by 2 because of travel restrictions, and so now we're down to 16. Morocco is Melissa Charlier. From Mauritius, Louise de Corliolis, I beg your pardon. From Puerto Rico, 2 athletes, Israel Lopez and Cristina Padilla. From Puerto Rico, those 2. From Singapore, we got Christine Page Naya. From Uzbekistan, and a bit of a funny story here with his travel arrangements, Gairat Nazarov. We'll talk about that in a moment or two. And Zimbabwe, Nicholas Nicole. And then the 2 athletes representing sunny South Africa, we've got Erin O'Dwyer and Michaela Martin. What happened with Gairat Nazarov? He seems to be a popular guy because last night he was given an ovation when his name was announced.
I mean, it seems like we're always waiting for Garrett to arrive. I mean, the poor rider, it took him 3 days to get here. But he's here and he's determined to be here. That's one thing that's for sure. He's traveled, he's had issues with his flights, arrived in the middle of the night.
He speaks very limited English, I believe, so everything's going through a translation on the phone, and he didn't turn his phone on and didn't get his connecting flight and landed at our National Federation offices with an Uber taxi
middle of the night
when he didn't need to at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Absolutely.
And had a very good Uber driver, I believe, who looked after him, took him back to the airport, made sure he got on his connecting flight.
That is all correct, an adventure. And then the next day again, you know, who was missing for, I mean, we've been running after him, but he's always shown up, you know, so and it is brave for him to come all this way.
There he is, Gairat Nazarov from Uzbekistan, man of the moment, missing his helmet. He's probably left that in the hotel room.
I hope that's where it is, if it's not on the plane.
Or it's on a connecting flight back to Uzbekistan somewhere. Could be right. But he seems like a very funny, popular guy, and he's enjoying himself.
And he's
full
very
of smiles.
much enjoying, and he's very grateful to be here. And I mean, it
Look at
took
him, a little
yeah, there you go.
twinkle in his eye.
Absolutely. You were talking about, you know, some commitments also for athletes to get here that is not always easy. I mean, it is a cost for them.
Yes.
They have to pay for their travel and also the dates. I mean, you see a lot of young athletes. So depending if they're in school, they might not be able to take that time off depending on the dates of the actual event. So it's true. There are many different reasons that could, you know, prevent them from coming. But that's why we're so happy to see all these faces from around the world, and with their smiles, that's even better.
There is Nicholas Nicole from Zimbabwe. Flag a little bit smaller than the others, the Zimbabwean flag. I suppose he had to pack it in his luggage as well. Different ages of athletes. What are the age criteria? Because I've seen some teenagers, and then Garrett is in his 40s.
Absolutely. So, because the competition is a development competition, and is in many countries is the only what they would consider their international event, we don't put a restriction on age. So we start at 14 because the challenge is also a qualifier every 4 years for the Youth Olympic Games.
Okay.
So the idea is that to open it to that age group so that they can qualify through it and then also be able to compete the following year in the Youth Olympic Games, which is huge. But so it starts at 14 and there's no limitation. However, we do have some national federation that have decided, and they have the right to do so, to add requirements and criteria to the participation. And for example, Morocco, they've only opened the challenges to junior riders. So every year, if a Moroccan rider is qualified, it's going to be a junior.
And why would they take that decision? They have a strong fielding of adult riders
That
up
is-
there in the international
yes,
rankings.
Exactly.
So-
They have opportunities. They have a circuit, an international circuit for their adults, and so they really wanted to focus on the youth.
I guess when it's about development, that's where they want to concentrate on. They feel that they've got enough of a decent program for the adult riders, so that's where they want to focus on,
That
which is
is-
really nice that you give the opportunity to the federations to make their own choices.
And I know, for example, the Moroccan National Federation is very supportive of their athletes. And with everything that's going on right now for them, also in the country, it's also great that their flag is represented here.
Well, there are all your athletes, the two South Africans there, Erin O'Dwyer and Michaela Martin. What goes into organising a competition like this? We've got lots of officials here. We've got lots of delegates from the FEI representing. You've come all this way. There's not just the competition. There's the training days, the lead-up days, orientation, fun events. It's not just getting here, competing and sitting around. There's lots on offer.
That is one of the unique aspects of this competition. I always say on day one, everyone comes here to win. And at the end of the event, on the final day, you will have all the athletes cheering for one another. And whoever wins, they're going to be happy for that person. It's also a mix of cultures. It's getting to know people from around the world, sharing. I mean, we are all here because we love our sport. We love horses. That's what brought us all here together. And you can tell that even if you have a language barrier, at the end of the day, we speak the same language. And that's our love of the horse, a love of the sport, and it shows. It shows as you go into the competition day after day, and the event organizers have been amazing. The team that's been putting this event together has worked so hard, like you said, to not just the horses, which is huge. The venue is amazing, and the activities for these group of people from around the world to get to know each other. They've done super fun activities yesterday, and there's more to come. And the context is just amazing. So but it takes a lot. It's for so few athletes. It's a lot of work, and they've been amazing. And the welcome has been fantastic. The hospitality. I mean, whatever happens on the last day, everyone's going to go back home happy.
Well, the riders are now walking the course pitched by Kate Launder, who's our South African FEI 3-star course designer. She takes over the reins from for the course design from the course designer who pitched the qualifiers. Let's talk about the fact that we are now in South Africa. How does that work? Is it on a rotation? Does a country bid for the event? Last time we had it was 2014. Last year it was in Bulgaria. So who gets the opportunity to bid on a final?
So there is a bidding process, and anyone can put in a bid. There is really the hardest part of this is finding the horses.
Yeah.
Because if we have 20 athletes, that means we need 25 horses minimum of a level of 120 guaranteed. And we all know, if you have a horse and it's your horse, it's your prized possession, you're not going to let someone you don't know from around the world come and ride your horse.
Correct.
So that from an organizing point of view, that's one of the biggest challenge, definitely. And they've done an amazing job. And actually, the horse owners have been fantastic, because but you see also that's part of the community here in South Africa, the trust that is put in each other. If someone asks and that person, you know, is someone that you trust, you will provide the horses, and we see that it's a very close community, and the people that have been in charge of finding the horses are very well respected in the community, and that has helped tremendously.
Now let's talk about the horses, because you don't just get on a horse and ride in a competition like this. There have to be orientation days. There are rules around that, time limits. So riders draw for the horse. There's a pool of horses. There's a couple extras in case things don't work out for a horse and rider. But again, there are stipulations as to if you wanted to change, you can't just say, not really suiting me, let me have another go. What are those stipulations? What rules are in place for the orientation and then the warm-up sessions? How long are they given? What sort of dimensions of fences are they allowed to jump? How many fences are they allowed to jump?
So we're actually testing a bit of a new format this year, also with the format of the qualifiers. And because it was, you know, the horse welfare is paramount. So we don't want to do too much, but we want to do enough that the combinations have a chance to get to know each other.
Correct.
Because that's also part of the welfare of the horse. It's also a safety matter. And thankfully, they're all athletes, and the athletes have gone through a qualification process. The horses have been gone through a selection process, but that doesn't mean you can have a great athlete, a great horse, but they don't match. So usually the criteria are if it's dangerous, if it's really not adapted. Let's say a very small, light rider on a very big stallion, and the rider cannot control because it's too strong,
yes.
And there you see a potential for a risk, then we can consider changing the horse. If it's just, I don't like his canter, that's not going to work. Because you get it, you also have, you know, to be a bit lucky,
yes,
in these competitions. And sometimes the matches are just perfect. Just thinking of South Africa again, your athlete who won, now I have Thomas who won the youth equestrian games in Aachen. He had the perfect match.
Yes.
But it was the same principle. He had to draw his horse, and it was a match from the start, and it's fantastic. So once the draw is done, athletes get a warm-up, a training, a first session, 45 minutes flat work. So just to get a feel, not putting jumps into it, really just the connection with the horse. Let's not start, you know, just take your time. So they have 45 minutes. They had 45 minutes in the morning, and then in the afternoon, they get back on their horse. They have a short warm-up, and then they have 90 seconds in the main arena so that they can also see the reaction of the horse with the jumps and everything, and to get them, again, a feel for the horse, this time jumping. There's a course that's built. They don't have to ride the full course. They can focus on only certain jumps. They have 90 seconds to do whatever they want.
Which is not a lot of time, so it's a quick adaptation.
It is, absolutely. There's a combination always. There's a line. Whatever obstacles they're actually going to have afterwards during the competition is going to be available during those 90 seconds. And then we come to a welcome competition the following day. Again, the idea is to put them in a competition setting, but without the pressure of the result. So, and you could already see during the welcome competition a little bit of stress, because, I mean, they're wearing their attire,
yes,
formal attire, competition attire. So there is, even though there's no real consequence to whatever happens, and it's, again, but it's quite important, I think, this welcome competition, because it's also to make some maybe more adjustments as you go in before the first qualifier that we're going to have in a few minutes.
Now, what about tack on the horse? Horses come with their tack, their bits. What are you allowed to change? What are you not allowed to change? So you've got a tiny rider who rides in a 16-inch saddle, and now you've got a bigger saddle that doesn't fit the rider. Are you allowed to make those kind of adjustments?
So the horses come with their tack, just because, again, to guarantee for the horse that's what suits the horse. However, athletes may come with their saddle. They can try their saddle. If the saddle is fitted for the horse, and it's really, we don't want any pressure points because, again, these horses
Yes.
are barred horses.
And
The
welfare
owners
is first. That's
adds
paramount.
Paramount. So the athletes, they know it's in the rules. If their saddle doesn't fit, they're going to have to use the owner's saddle. And hopefully
Yes.
it's. But no, really, first the horse. And then the bits. The bits, again, when they have their training and their different opportunities to ride the horses, they will ride with the bits. However, if some adjustment might be required, stronger, or actually we've had our horse, they changed for a simple snaffle, so something much lighter. And if it's in agreement with the owner, then it can be. But it's the same with the spurs, all of that. That's really always in agreement with the owner.
And you've got a lot of officials watching very closely. I think your ratio to officials to riders is almost 1-to-1 here. There are a lot of eyes watching, so everything is controlled, very, very strict. I see a lot of coaches have accompanied their riders. Are coaches allowed to sit on the horses? Is it only the riders who are allowed to sit on a horse? A coach can't get on and have a feel and then give tips to a rider?
No, again, because we're just testing really also here the rider's abilities. So, and to be, again, fair, because not all riders travel with their coaches. And in the end, it's the rider that has to prove their ability. Where we're really lucky is when we have the horse owners that are present and know their horses inside out. So they can also give tips on what they know, because they're just, the riders and the coaches are just discovering the horses. So the coach.
Welcome back, and our deepest sincere apologies. We did lose power. Unfortunately, we are rather isolated here, and we did have power problems, but we are back up and running. I can tell you haven't missed much. You've missed only one horse, and this was the second rider to go that you see in picture at the moment. That was Matthias Casal from Bolivia, who finished on a 0 penalty score. And our first rider who went was Christina Padilla. She gave us a lovely round on Capital Harrison in a time of 60.21. Still with me, I'm happy to say, in co-commentary is Andrena. And we were talking, interesting that it's an A2 competition to start. What does A2 competition mean? It's one round, it's against the clock. These are riders who are relatively unfamiliar with these horses. They've got to make a decision and also gauge where they're at with their relationship, with their rapport with the horse, as to what to do here. Do we go for it, or do we try and get a clear? Interesting. The first two riders went, they didn't go hell for leather, they didn't hang around. I suppose Matthias went a little bit slowly, his time 69.80, but Christina's time 60.21, and unfortunately we see a little bit of a spill there for our third rider, and that is Christy Page Naya. Now, what does that mean in terms of the rules? Is that elimination in a class setting would mean you're out, but now in terms of the overall competition?
So this means she'll be able to start as the second qualifier. However, she's going straight to the small final, the farewell competition.
Oh, what
very unfortunate.
a pity. The horse there, Brannick Bulletproof, owner Samantha Lofts. She does seem to be okay. She's escorted out by the medics. Here comes a replay, and let's see if we can see exactly what happened. So, just asked, good of the horse to try. She was in a bit of a long one, and she swept off the turn, asked the horse to take off. She put in a quickie. The horse then did jump, but almost cat jumped her straight up out the saddle, and unfortunately, very unfortunately, that is an elimination. She's come a long way, all the way from Singapore, for that to happen at the third fence.
Very much so. I think this comes back to your question before, the choice that the riders have to make with this course, and either you play it safe. There are two qualifying rounds. This, they need to test, of course, but this is gonna only make them the advantage of where also they start in the second qualifier, because it's reverse order from the classification of this round. But that's where you see some that may have already built confidence. I would say that if you're not quite there yet, just keep riding, have a smooth sailing, go, don't make any attempts. But some are confident and will try, and good for them. But it's taken a chance that may have great consequences.
It's that pressure right from the start to get in that top 50%, because after the two qualifiers today, only the top 50% will go through to the final. The rest will go through to that consolation class. And how exactly does the qualification work? It's accumulation of penalty score over 2 rounds, taking into account the time from the second
That is
qualifier.
correct. That is correct.
So bearing that in mind, one would think that the riders should just be going for a nice, safe, easy
because time
round,
doesn't count.
Time, you're not competing for an individual class here. You're competing for the overall title. Right, so next to go, currently on track, is our 4th rider. This is Louise de Corleolis. She rides NK Domino, and she is 17 years old. She started riding at the age of 4. Her coach is Aidan Rennie, and this is not in fact her first visit to South Africa. She has in fact been here before. Now, leading still, 0 penalties, 60.21 was our first rider to go, Cristina Padilla from Puerto Rico. So what are we seeing here? She's going nice and easy. She's coaches have whispered in her ear, get the clear round in the bag, don't hustle for time.
Take your time, stay with the horse, wait for it. The horse knows its job. It's a really nice horse, and she's perfect. That's the way we want to see it. And yesterday she had a bit of a misfortune because she wasn't too sure, put her hands down, and now that's the way she needs to ride it, and it shows. The result is there.
Really nice round there from our Mauritian visitor, Louise, and she finishes in a time of 71.68. Let's just have a look at the time allowed for this class. I don't think Kate Launder is making them go for a time allowed. Is pretty generous, 84 seconds in an A2, so she's not trying to run them off their feet. She's being nice. She's being a kind course builder. Take it easy, get the clear, go well, safety first.
And that's exactly what this shows. You know, again, the time doesn't count in the end for the ultimate goal. So, but it is a choice. And like I said, some athletes will want to go fast, and if they feel confident enough, why not?
From the Dominican Republic now is our next rider, and she is Georgia Lemorazzo. She rides Rockstar Bourbon. The owner here is Tanya Davy-Smith. And nice last night that the owners are invited and thanked as well for loaning these horses. Because like you said earlier on in the broadcast before we vanished off air, it's not all owners want to loan their horses. This is precious cargo.
It really is, and so it was the least that we could do to thank them, and really because we are so grateful, and the pool of horses is just great. So again, a huge thank you to them.
Now, Kate, although she's not asking them to gallop off their feet, she has given options in this A2 competition, inside lines, where riders can make up a bit of time, but I see most of them, given that fall at horse number 3, are playing it safe or taking the safer, wider lines and just rather concentrating on rhythmical riding. Georgia, good time, 64.96. That will put her into 2nd overall in this classification at this early stage of this competition. So well done to Georgia Imorazzo from the Dominican Republic.
This is only the 3rd time that they're actually entering this arena, so I think we'll see more athletes that will try and play it safe.
So next to come in from Morocco is Melissa Charlier. She rides Farnham for Gold. The owner of the horse there is Barry Taylor, one of South Africa's veteran superstar riders. Has won just about everything on offer, been around at the very top of the sport in South Africa for many years, and Barry is here and also involved in the administration of the sport. Great to have Barry here, and great that the Farnham Stables have loaned this horse. So let's just recap on the class. The leading time 60,21. And the second qualifier, which will happen straight after this, is in reverse order of classification after this first class.
Absolutely.
So those who finish at the top of the rankings will go last or towards the latter end of the second class. She's taking it nice and easy is Melissa.
Funny thing, because Christina, who's now in the lead, said she prefers going first. So she was happy to go first today, but if she continues doing so well in the ranking, she might end up going last.
A little bit about Melissa Charlier from Morocco. She's 16 years old. She started riding at the age of 3.5. Her horse at home is called Joker, and her favorite movie is Top Gun, and her hobbies, apart from horses, is fishing. Very stylish, sits nicely, nice and quiet. Ask the horse for a little bit more canter off the turn here. Up she comes now to this double of verticals. Oh, and unfortunately she's had a pole there. She takes the inside ride to the last fence at 10, but she's sitting on 4 penalties. So that unfortunately will drop her down the classification slightly. Her time's 66,90 seconds. Unfortunate rail there she had.
It's she's had a few rails, and one actually in each of the courses she's had, but it was the hind leg, just because that horse, you know, you need to not to be too close to the jump, and so. But
here we see a replay. Yeah, she got a little bit snug in front. Horse made a plan with its front end, but unfortunately couldn't finish behind, and that's going to cost her, and that is unfortunate because she rode a peach of a round.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we'll see how the rest of them go, but unfortunately that will drop her down the classifications. And it was a really nice ride. She sat beautifully, nice rhythm, just an unfortunate mistake, and such is the nature of the sport. It can be cruel.
It is.
So next to go for South Africa, Erino Dwyer. I beg your pardon, Michaela Martin, riding Synopsis, a horse owned by Jaylee Nicolau. Michaela Martin hails from Gauteng, from the Penbrit setup, from a horsey family. Mom Belinda, top rider in this country as well. And this horse that she's sitting on, compared to the others that have been, looks a little bit more blooded, but Michaela does like them blooded, her horses that she has in her own string. She likes them fiery, so this is going to suit her.
Perfect. And I mean, it's a light horse, light rider. It's looks like a very good combination. Ooh.
Oh,
no!
Unfortunately, they just seemed to jump out of her hand. Mix up in communication there. Now, there was a change of horses with this rider. She drew a horse that she had partnered up before, so in another competition, being a South African, and of course, so there was a change, and this was a change yesterday. So has she had the same amount of time to familiarize herself with this horse?
Any change after the beginning of the competition is complicated, whether it is because for all of a sudden an issue actually on the course, the horse might be lame. Any change is complicated once we've already gone through the training, the welcome competition. And Michaela has been fantastic because she really adapted to the situation, which was not easy. She's the youngest rider here, and her family, everyone has been really great about this. And it was unfortunate, but she's done a great job here. Like you said, just a little miscommunication, which could have happened regardless of
how
the
much
training.
time?
But we did do our best, the organizing committee, the officials, to give her the opportunity to make up for the lost time, in a sense.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the horse is from the ranch, so knows also the area. So that's also one less concern about being spooked.
Would have
about.
seen this arena
But
before.
actually, sometimes the horses, when it's a competition setting, because it
Exactly.
doesn't look like usual, so
Exactly.
it might not necessarily be an advantage.
And it's different equipment. This equipment has been brought in, doesn't stay here. These are not everyday fences that the
Absolutely,
horses
the
see.
decoration, everything. So
Next in is Erin O'Dwyer, the second of the South African riders. Erin's 18 years old. She's born and raised in South Africa. She started riding at the age of 5. Her own horse is Calaho Luigi Vella. Her coach is Joanne van Achterberg for jumping, and Kelly Slater flat work. And she is riding. Here is Erin aboard first for horses Zeiss Daytola. Now, it's not over with 4 penalties, because this is the first of 2 qualifiers.
Absolutely.
It might drop you down the ranking slightly, but there is a second qualifier. That is going to be a competition, so 1 round and a jump off. And penalties from both of those rounds will count towards the overall classification. So, I mean, 4 penalties is 1 rail. A lot can happen.
A lot can happen. So absolutely, you're not out of the game with four penalties at this point.
Unfortunately, as you said, as we see Erin take a rail there at fence number 8, the Singaporean rider, unfortunately, that's a relegation straight to the consolation class.
Yes.
Okay, so an elimination or a retirement as well would do the same thing. Would put you in the same
Not
position.
finishing the course basically is straight to the farewell. All right.
All right, so Erin finishes her round on a score of 4 in 66.02, and still leading this competition as we take a look at the replay of fence number 8 that came down for Erin. Here we take a look. And possibly just a little bit tight there on takeoff, having it with the front legs, a little bit snug for space in front of that skinny oxer. Takes that front rail down, but as we said, it's not over. Still a long way to go in these 2 classifications.
And Erin has done a great job also, because this horse is a little bit on the sensitive side, let's say. But a lot of heart, you can tell. It's a really nice horse, and so just getting to know and trying to keep the horse, the trust. The trust is very important, and Erin has been doing a great job there.
Next to go is the grey. This is Rivervale's Rebels Destiny, and Israel Lopez is the rider. He is 49 years old. He was born and raised and still lives in Puerto Rico. Started riding at the age of 9. His languages are Spanish and English. And apart from riding, he enjoys boating. Now, he would be one of the older riders in
correct
in this competition. Now, if a rider has ridden in the finals before, do they get a second crack at it? Are they allowed to come back if they finish the following year?
They're allowed.
Up in the,
I can already tell you, because Georgia Yoromazo from the Dominican Republic, this is her 3rd final.
Oh, wow.
But what's interesting, it's always been in a different place of the world. So we've traveled the world together a little bit.
So she doesn't take holidays, she just goes to finals.
There you go.
That's where she gets her traveling. Israel doing a good job here at the moment aboard this lovely Rebels Destiny, who was kindly donated or loaned by Catalia Lurie.
Oh.
It's a bit of a open ride in, gets away with it. 1 more to come. Currently sitting on the 0 penalties, and will finish on the 0 penalties. Israel Lopez from Puerto Rico, 67.50. And still the leader was the first to go. Christina Badija on Harrison, who dominates this class. The next best, some 4 seconds adrift from her, nearly 5 seconds. Her time 60.21, the next best 64.96. So, yeah, good job.
Good job.
Right, next to go. Number 10 is Ranch Karamba on loan from Jaylee Nicolau, and this is Karim Mustafai from Algeria, one of the young riders in the class. Met him last night. Lovely young man. He's 17 years old. He was in fact born in the USA and lives now in Algeria. Started riding at the age of 6. And apart from riding, he loves cooking, fishing and the outdoors.
Oh, oh, oh.
So a little bit of a stuttery moment there, but gets the horse back into stride now. Horse jumping rather big over these fences, got a bit of spring in the legs.
Yes, definitely.
Doing well, Karim. Sits beautifully on the horse. This horse really jumping rather big over these fences. Like you said, a homebred from the ranch, but this different material and giving it plenty of air.
Yeah, he's a bit more fiery today than the past 2 days, the horse. So, but Karim is doing a great job, I must say. Oh,
really good job.
okay. Well, he's attempting something here that may not have been the best, but
wow.
he did it.
Yeah, well done. He took that inside ride to that double.
All right.
Had another stuttery moment, but got away with it, and his time.
Well, the slide down looking like a tricky run.
66, 0 penalty score. Very, very well done for Karim there. Perhaps if this was a standalone class and there wasn't so much pressure, one would have pulled out of that double, but Karim pinned his ears back. He said, no, we're going, lots to play for here, and what a job by the young man from Algeria.
I'm sure he has very strong legs. That was
Saw his dad last night, and a proud father he is accompanying Karim on this journey. Good luck to all of them. Next to go is number 11. Natalie Robertson loans the horse. It's NK Bosporus, and the rider from Argentina is Juana Ocampo. And she's 17 years old. Born and lives in Argentina, started riding at the age of 3. Her icon in the sport is Marcus Earning. Her favorite horse is King Edward. Some top choices there. And interesting, apart from riding, she loves music. She plays the guitar, the piano, and the ukulele. Now, we haven't spoken about what's on offer as the winner of this competition. Huge bragging rights. It's not a cash incentive. It's really something nice to go on your CV. Do we know of any riders who have won this competition, who have gone on to big things or partnered up with big stables, who have used this as a get-in, a foot in the door?
There are some historically that have moved on to really the higher international level and competed in major events such as World Cup, even finals. So it is for some an entry. For others, it's the Grail. But yeah, no. At the end, they get an FEI medal, which is really nice because those are not given out. Well, yes, they are given out almost every weekend. No, it's not true. No, major championships. This is considered as a championship, which is why we have the finals, and which is why also. But it is in the development side again. This is through solidarity, promoting the sport and giving opportunities to athletes that would not normally get a chance to.
Big smiles there from Juana Ocampo from Argentina. Why not? Great round, clear, beautiful rhythm. Clear all the way, and her time is 65.53, so still leading is Harrison and Cristina Padilla, 60.21. Next due in the arena is a rider from Brazil, Lina Capello Beltrao. She rides KP Evergreen on loan from Kathleen Allen. Lina is 17 years old. There she is in picture, 17 years old, born and still lives in Brazil, started riding at the age of 6. Her languages at home, French, Portuguese and English. And another musician. Maybe we should team her up with our previous rider that can get together for some jam sessions. She also plays the acoustic guitar and the piano.
I mean, around a fire, why not?
Yeah.
Sounds like that would be very nice.
Okay, so here we go with our next rider, and we're getting towards the end of this class. Remember, only 16 competitors. We are at number 12. The class stats at the moment, 11 have gone, 5 still to come, 7 clears, a clear round rate of 63% with only that one unfortunate elimination through a fall. There have been some 4 penalty rounds, and the rest of them clears. So still plenty more to play for here as Alina starts her round. KP Evergreen. And some top riders have come out of Brazil. Oh, unfortunately, a refusal there. That seems to be the fence that has taken most prisoners here.
Absolutely, and depending on whether or not they go behind number 10 or in front, the approach to that jump seems a bit tricky for some of the athletes.
Now she's having to give Evergreen a bit of a harder ride than she would like after that refusal, so that causes the pole at fence number 4. Got her into a rhythm again now. Unfortunately chipped one in, just caught by the distance there, finds another rail, so not the round that she was looking for, and of course there's going to be time penalties, I'm sure, to add after that disobedience. So unfortunately going to drop her down the classifications.
She needs to collect herself now, because of course that's not easy after a stop to finish up.
And a further rail there. Currently sitting with the disobedience on 16 penalties. Finishes her round, which is going to count for a lot. 77.63, time allowed 84. So despite that disobedience, she picked up the pace. She got back to fence number 3 pretty quickly. So no time penalties to add, but not the round that she was looking for. And unfortunately going to drop her well down the overall standings. Let's take a look at this refusal. So yeah, that inside line, a bit of a busy fence with that panel underneath. Horse had a real look at that. Don't know if the horse was locked on, and then having to ride a little bit harder than she would like given that disobedience, and then a few more rails coming down, unfortunately for the Brazilian rider. Finishes on a score of 16, not what she was looking for.
No, and well, I mean, anything's possible, but this is going to be a little bit harder to get back from.
Next to go is number 13, Kondos, Give Me a Break. It's the Zimbabwean rider, Nicholas Nicole, and this horse on loan from Kath McFarlane. Now, when we talk about developing countries, how does that work? So who is not allowed to compete here? I know North America, Europe.
Correct, because opportunities to compete internationally are much greater. So there.
Oh, and Nicholas should have been watching the previous rider, because attempted that inside line as well, and again becomes a victim of that bid food vertical as he has a stop. Oh! And that, I'm afraid, is all she wrote. Straight to the consolation class for the Zimbabwean rider, Nicholas Nicol, our second elimination. And again, it comes to choices that you make, because he tried to come inside. This is a well-established horse.
Absolutely.
But that offense that's obviously they're looking at, and perhaps other riders would be well advised to give it a bit of a wider berth and give the horses a little bit more of a ride in there, a little bit more time to lock onto that fence, because that's claimed, that's the bogey.
That's the bogey, and it'll be interesting for the next comers to see how many of them will go in front or behind the jump for that approach.
Rider from Indonesia now, Natasha Herjawan. This horse on loan from Eleanor Capistanho. This is Lacano Farah Diba. I'm going to pick up on the conversation that we're talking about developing countries.
Yes, and who's allowed. So basically, as I was saying, this competition is meant primarily for amateur riders. And so any rider that competes throughout the season in regularly in competitions, CSI events, so international events at heights of 135 or higher, are no longer eligible. If they compete once during the year, I mean, we know, for example, in Zimbabwe, they have a World Cup event, right? And but it's once a year, and so therefore athletes may compete in the challenge. Then, as I was saying before, for Morocco, national federations are allowed to add further criterias and requirements. I know Colombia, they used to impose, because they have their elite riders that are still not necessarily professional, and so they put a special clause for who can take part in this competition.
Natasha's 24 years old. born, lives in Indonesia, started riding at the age of 10. Other sports she plays basketball and volleyball, and other horses, other hobbies, I beg your pardon, apart from horses, baking. Looked like a nice round. The horse just shortening at times to the base of the fences, and that causing, I think, the mistake at fence number 8. Disappointing there. That's also come down a few times, that skinny little oxer. Seems like a bit of an innocuous fence, but has come down a few times, so finishing on a score of 4 in 67.82. Why then a country like Brazil, with so many top riders in the international rankings, would still be considered a developing country?
What you have to consider also is when you see some of these countries in the rankings every weekend, where are they participating? Is it in Brazil or is it around the world? And the country such as Brazil, which is huge, has development regions. And so then it's up to the National Federation to see where to organize this type of event so that it serves its purpose of developing the sport in the country, but also in regions of the country where it may not yet be as accessible.
From Argentina now, riding Elfa Nadia. This is Valerio Barruzzo. He's 34 years old, born and lives in Argentina, started riding at the age of 5. His favorite rider, we share this, Valerio, Steve Gedat, and he loves, apart from his horses, watching F1, so we share that as well. Valerio, we should hang out. Riding pretty nicely now. The horse on loan from Terran Combrink, and this is the penultimate combination in this class. Just one more to come after this, and still leading from the start in a time of 60.21 on Harrison Cristina Padilla. Did pretty well. Set a standard that the others could not follow, with one more to come. He's gone the long way around to number 10, giving himself every opportunity of jumping that clear. Does that, his time 70.33. I think that's the correct thinking. Get a feel for the horse, get a feel for the arena, the fences the first time out, the next round, jump a clear round, and then maybe put your foot down a little bit in the jump off.
It seems to have been the more successful way to go with this course.
It's not by mistake, it's by design that this was an A2 competition first up. It makes you think a little bit what to do, how to play it.
And like I say, it's going to show you also these athletes, you know, what's their style a little bit. And it has them. It's a challenge. They have to think not just on this class, but the final goal, which is the final competition.
Okay, so Girat has found his helmet. That's good. It's on his head, and he's last to go here on the Rancher's Dark Dancer on loan from Jayli Nicolau, the Uzbekistani rider. He's a popular man amongst his fellow competitors, and here he goes. Is he the oldest rider in the field?
He is.
53 years old, born and still lives in Uzbekistan. Has been riding since the age of 10. He also loves Marcus Eaning. His favorite movie is The Godfather, and his hobbies, apart from horses, billiards. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Beautiful big jump over fence number 5. Set the horse up beautifully. Got a little bit trapped in the distance there. Down to the next one, onto this vertical now. So far so good for Girat Nazarov.
Wait for it.
Nice ride into that double of verticals. One more to come, still on the 0 penalties. Takes the outside line to fence number 10. Jumps it clean, and 0 penalty score for the man from Uzbekistan in a time of 73.26. Girat Nazarov, and that's all of them in this first round. So, to sum it up, lots of clears. The rider who went first, Christina Padija gets the fastest time, so she'll top the overall standings classifications at this time, and she'll be last to go in the second round. 2 eliminations, unfortunately. The first from the lady from Singapore, and the second from just over the border, north of our borders, Zimbabwe. Nicole unfortunately eliminated as well, so those 2 riders relegated to the consolation class. The top 6 in the top 5 in this class: Christina Padija, Georgia Iomorazzo, Juana Ocampo in third. In fourth place, Karim Mustafai. I think he rode a lovely round, young Karim. And in fifth place, Israel Lopez. So there is the provisional result coming in now. So Christina Padilla from Puerto Rico takes the... Is it a win in this class?
It is.
It's a win.
Absolutely. It is a win. It is a win. Again, you know...
I mean, they're looking at the bigger picture. They're not
we
going
are.
for
No, absolutely. But again, you know, they've traveled so far. So for each official competition, there is a prize giving.
Yep.
So it is a win. So hopefully, you know...
More important to her, she's going to be leading the overall classification, so she's in a strong position now. Unfortunately, this time doesn't count. It was a good one.
It was a good one. It doesn't count,
But
like you said.
The overall, it counts towards the classification in this class. She's the winner, so she will go last. But in the overall scheme of things, to determine the overall winner, it's the jump-off time in the second classification that comes into play. So in the event of equality of penalty score over the 2 classifiers, taking into account both the scores from the first round and the jump-off from the second qualifier, those both come into play.
For the
overall.
To determine absolutely who's going to go to the final.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So next will be the second qualifier. So they don't have too much rest time, too much downtime. When do they come back?
That's
Not
a very
too-
good.
not too long from now.
10:30, if I'm
10:30.
not mistaken.
So there's a little respite, a little bit of a time to have a drink, because of course we're in a very warm part of the world, so water is vital, and that second qualifier will be coming up at 10:45 today, so the horses will have some downtime. Let's just quickly take a look. Rotoflow Harrison with Christina Padija takes the win, and she'll go to the top of the classifications. Georgia Imorazzo, Rockstar Bourbon in second. In third place, Bosporus, Juana Ocampo. Fourth place to Karamba and Karim Mustafai. And in fifth place to Revel's Destiny and Israel Lopez. Pity those 2 riders eliminated. That's a bit of a cruel blow.
That is coming so far, and everything was going well up until now. So this is really unfortunate. It's not that they've had issues from the start, and so no, this is very unfortunate for them.
And both at the same fence eliminated.
Absolutely. But like you said, that fence was the buggy. I mean, that there was something, whether it was the plank in the middle or but yeah, it has
but again, it comes down to choices that you make, because it seems like they both got caught off of an inside turn there, so your competitive spirit getting one step ahead of you again, the choices that you make. Although, listen, our winning rider in this had obviously the fastest time by quite some margin, but she did ride a very nicely rhythmical forward round.
Absolutely. It was very fluid, and but yeah. If I may, just one comment, because when we got cut off, we were talking about the officials that are present here, that we have almost one official for one athlete.
Yes.
No, but I wanted to point out the fact that, the officials are from the region, which was also very important, because opportunities for officials, and again, speaking about the development and what we always engaged for. FEI Solidarity has many different programs. The challenges are the sport, the competition aspect to our efforts to develop the sport, but we also have various education programs for human resources, and that includes national officials, grooms, coaches, to help really build the sport from the bottom up with all the human resources that are necessary to be able to do so.
It's a wonderful event. It's a wonderful initiative. When does bidding start for the next one? I mean, do we know where the next final will be?
Unfortunately, we do not. So if any country is interested in finding out more about what is required to organize this event, we are looking at organizing the 2025 final in Senegal, because Senegal will be hosting the Youth Olympic Games in 2026. So this is a good sort of test event.
Yes.
Because it is on board horses, the stakes are not as high. But for them to also get organized, that's the aim. So 2025 we should have an organizer, but for next year in 2024 we do not have a bidder yet.
And you were saying that some of these are qualifiers for the Youth Equestrian Games. Is this particular event one of those, or how does that work?
It's always, so we organize like World Cup qualifiers.
Okay.
There are specific events because the requirements for these events. It's going to be competition 3 of the season preceding the games that will count as a qualifier. So the course will have specific requirements in terms of challenges, difficulties, the heights. It remains the challenge, but with a few little twists to make it more competitive for the qualification process. And then national federations that wish to qualify may organize the challenge series as they would normally do, or just a qualifier.
Okay. Andrina, it's been absolutely wonderful chatting to you. I'm going to ask you to come back for the second qualifier, but I'm sure you have some official business to go and take care of. We are currently waiting the horses to come in for the prize giving. We're going to hopefully have an interview with the winner of the first qualifier. That's Christina Padija, and then of course there'll be a little bit of a respite before the second one. Lots to chat about. Incredibly interesting and exciting, this competition. So thank you for the first round of commentary that you've been involved with, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more pictures here from the Ranch Equestrian in Polokwane as we take a look at the prize giving for the first of the qualifiers, the next qualifier in reverse order of classification. That'll be coming up at 10:45. Don't go away. You're watching Equestrian Live. Once again, a big apology for that break in transmission. Unfortunately, these technical glitches sometimes do plague us. Power issues this morning, but we're up and running, and we look forward to you being involved as our viewers throughout the rest of the day. Don't go away. Welcome back to these winning pictures here from the Ranch Equestrian, Polokwane, Limpopo province for the FEI World Jumping Finals. And in the arena now are currently the top 5 riders from the first classification. The win going to Christina Badija, riding Rotoflow Capital Harrison. And what a wonderful ride it was. Unfortunately, right in the middle of our break in transmission due to technical issues, power issues, unfortunately. So we missed the round. We missed it live, but I can tell you it was a wonderful round. She went out and gave us a very quick time, 60,21. The very next best, 64.96. Absolutely dominated this class. Rotoflow Harrison, he's a big boy. He's got a big step. She used that to good effect. And rode an absolutely beautiful round. So a match made in heaven there between Christina and Rotoflow Capital Harrison. The next best was Georgia Imorazzo, Rockstar Bourbon. In third, NK Bosporus and Juana Ocampo. Fourth place went to Karamba and Karim Mustafawi. Rode a wonderful round, did Karim. He got a little bit trapped. He was the only rider that came just around number 1, took the inside line, didn't give him much of a space into that double of verticals. The horse swerved, he got his leg on and made the horse jump up into the distance, pushed him through on that 2-stride distance to the second of the verticals, got away with it. So some really good riding there from Karim on a horse that doesn't look like the easiest horse in the draw. So the young Karim riding a wonderful round there to get himself into that top 6. So once again, Cristina Padilla, Puerto Rico; Georgia Imorazzo, Dominican Republic; Juana Ocampo, Argentina; Karim Mustafawi, Algeria; Israel Lopez, Puerto Rico; and Matias Casal, Bolivia. There is Matias in picture now, and leading us off on a wonderful lap of honor. Big congratulations. She won't be thinking about the win in this class. It's a nice to have, but far more importantly are the classification. So she will start in reverse order of classification. All the riders will go in the second of the qualifiers, despite the 2, except for the 2, I believe, eliminations, who are relegated straight away to Saturday's consolation class. Remember, only the top 50% after 2 qualifying classes will go through to the overall final on Saturday, tomorrow being a rest day. Only the top 50% through to that final, the bottom 50% through to the consolation class. So she's given herself a very, very good chance here, but there still is another classification class to come, a qualifying class to come. And remember, top 50% judged on penalties and time in the jump off in the second round, to give yourself the riding starting order, or overall winner, I beg your pardon, in that final. Photo opportunity time now. There's the owner of the horse, young Janine, who's done a brilliant job with Capital Harrison, a horse that jumps up in the 140s. He's new to the 140 ranks, but young Janine has been doing a wonderful, wonderful job with him. So we're going to get an interview with Cristina Padilla from Puerto Rico. She's currently making her way up here, and we're going to have a few words with her. That's coming up after the break.
Keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. about others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb from the...
Well, welcome back to Equestrian Live, and with me is the winner of the first of the World Jumping Finals qualifiers, all the way from Puerto Rico. It's Cristina Padilla. And what a round you gave Rotoflow Capital Harrison. Looks like you enjoying this horse?
I'm enjoying him a lot. He's a wonderful horse. Very easy to ride with a lot of power. Very nice horse.
It was all about rhythmical riding. Very unfortunately, we don't have your round because we were plagued by technical error, so please forgive us for that. We would love to have been playing it back for you right now and for the viewers. It was a wonderful ride, and you dominated that class by a full almost 5 seconds. What was your mindset going into this? Because we were saying in commentary, it's not by accident that this was an A2 competition, because it's going to make the riders think about going for the time to get them up the classification, whereas you run a risk then because it's early days, it's new partnerships. So where was your mind at?
I just wanted to do the short turns without running. I don't think I was pushing him to go. I just did tight turns, and he responded really well to that.
It puts you in a great position going into the second classification, because it takes the pressure off of you a little bit. And of course, the second qualifier is 2 rounds. First round, you need to go clear. Second round, into the jump off. Then you can start thinking about a little bit of speed. But you've really dominated this class on time. So how much more is there left in Harrison's tank? Do you think you could go up a couple gears?
I think we can, but I don't think we need to.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just looking for 0 faults.
Yeah, it's all about getting into Sunday's final, resetting, and then really getting your mind on the game for that one, is it not? Today is just get in that top 50%, and then let's play for Saturday.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Now, for the viewers out there, tell us a little bit about yourself, your home country, Puerto Rico. You've come a long way to be here. A little bit about yourself, and then about the experience so far.
Well, I've been riding for 30 years. Just recently started doing the top classes back in Puerto Rico. I did some as a young rider, but I don't think I was really good. It's a super long trip. I was super excited to get invited to this competition, and it's been a great experience. It's a wonderful place, and everyone is super nice. It's great.
Enjoying South Africa, enjoying the hospitality. Have you been here before, and will you come back?
I hadn't been here before. I would love to come back on a vacation and just, well, this is a vacation. It's wonderful.
Wonderful having you here. All the very best for the second qualifier. That's up next. You start in pole position. You get to go last. So you get to see what all of the other riders do before you. Of course, it's over 2 rounds.
Yes.
Is that an advantage? Where do you prefer going? Do you like going first or last?
I like going first.
Oh, goodness. So this is not going to suit you.
Well, it will, because I know what I have to do and how much I have to push the horse or myself.
All the very best. You're riding top of your game. It really is a lovely privilege to watch you ride that horse so well. And all the very best for the next one.
Thank you.
Cristina Padilla there, riding Rotoflow Capital Harrison superbly. And they come out trumps in the first of the qualifiers. Let's take a look, reconfirm. Cristina Padilla, Puerto Rico finishes. Look at that, 60,21. The next best was Georgia Imorazzo from Dominican Republic, 64.96. So some 4.5 seconds back in second. Third place went to Juana Ocampo, Argentina, 65.53 on Bosporus. Fourth place to the young Karim Mustafawi, Algeria, 66.66. And in fifth place, Israel Lopez. Puerto Rico had a good day in the first of the qualifiers. Top 6, both Cristina in first, and in fifth place, Israel Lopez. So Puerto Rico top of their game. Well done to them. Let's take a quick break. Remember, the second of the qualifiers, that's 2 rounds, 1 round and a jump off. That'll happen at 10:45. You're watching Equestrian Live. Plenty more to come here from the Ranch Equestrian. Don't go away.
I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood, but then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient and soon it can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy. I need some silence, please, you're all too loud. You don't speak quietly, opinions violently thrown across every surface. It makes me nervous, it's the world honestly burning. That's all I'm learning, hope that we can make a turn and start reversing. All our minds, we put the work in, we got some work, man. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this, life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone, just wanna break, no. I'm not gonna give in, take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous, scared I would pop off fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of love, you never know what's hard. With a back to the mat, gonna see where I'm at. I'ma fight like I'm mad, I'ma be something that they can never be me. Nice try, but they'll see I achieve everything while they stay salty. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness. just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's yours for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared, just give me up. Don't be scared.
And I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out.
But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want.
I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts.
Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. at night, windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we're making tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I got. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be like everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I got. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. 'Cause I've been living life right like I...
Welcome back to Equestrian Live here from the Ranch Equestrian, Polokwane in Limpopo Province, South Africa, where we gear up for the second of the qualifiers here this morning for the World Jumping Finals, the FEI Jumping World Challenge. Second qualifier about to happen. It's over a one round and a jump off. All clears go through to the jump off. The riders have in fact walked the course. I'll give you some course information. Time allowed there 79 seconds in the first round, and should you go through to the jump off over fences 5, 6, 7, 8, 9A, 9B, 12 and 1. Now, of course, we had the first qualifier earlier on this morning, and here is the lineup for the second qualifier, which is in reverse order of classification after the first qualifier. So in other words, the ones who were lower down the rankings go early on in this class. Christine Naya, Brannick Bulletproof, unfortunately she was eliminated in the first qualifier. So too was Nicholas Nicole from Zimbabwe. Those two well down the classifications go first and second. Then in third, Lina Beltrayo. In fourth, Natasha Harjawan from Indonesia. In fifth, going at number 5 is Melissa Charlier from Morocco. Then Erin O'Dwyer from South Africa at 6. At 7, Michaela Martin, also South Africa. At 8, Girat Nazarov, Uzbekistan. At 9, Louise de Corleolis, Mauritius. At 10, Valerio Baruzzo, Argentina, as we update to the final 6. At 11, Matias Casal, Bolivia. Of course, what you're seeing now on screen were the top 6 in the first qualifier. Israel Lopez, Puerto Rico, goes at 12. At 13, Karim Mustafai from Algeria. At 14, Juana Ruiz Ocampo, Argentina. And then at 15, Georgia Izumarazzo, Dominican Republic, and the winner of the first class from Puerto Rico goes in pole position, Cristina Padilla. Now let's take a look at the course that has been pitched. I had a little walk around and it looks like it's gone up a hole or two, a little bit bigger. The first course pitched at around 115, 120, and this course is looking like a true 120 track. The time allowed has come down to 79 seconds, so ignore that time allowed there, 83. It has been adjusted. Kate Laund, of course, put the wheel on it and brought down the time. So a couple minutes to go to the horse in the first horse course, in the arena. I've got with me the lovely Andreina from FEI, Solidarity. Now, there was a meeting that happened not too long ago. What's going on?
You know, you think you plan for everything, and then something just comes off. When, as I said earlier this morning, actually, we are testing kind of a new format because we wanted to provide more time for the athletes to get acquainted with the horses and not jump as many times. And with that, we adjusted the second qualifier to run only over one round with a jump off instead of the originally 2 rounds which we used to have, and then the second qualifier was organized on another day, not to have the horses jump too many times. So with that, we have now noticed that in the rules there's a reference to the second round, but that round does not exist anymore. So the whole question, it doesn't have any effect on how this class is going to go. The real question was, how is it going to count for the classification to find out who will go to the final? And so the meeting was about explaining to the riders how that was going to be taken into account. So because it used to be the idea that it was the penalties from the first qualifier, penalties from the second qualifier, and time.
And penalties from the second qualifier, as we discussed this morning, from the first round, and then the jump off. But of course, you might not go through to the jump off, or you might elect to sit out of a jump off.
Exactly. If someone gets 16 points in the jump off, but they've gone to the jump off, it would not be correct for them. So it's going to be based on the ranking, the penalties and the ranking, the overall ranking of this second qualifier.
Okay, so we'll have to see how then it all plays out. We're not going to have an immediate answer as to who goes through to the top 50% right after the class. We'll have to sit down, the judges, officials, yourself will sit down, look at the classifications after the second round, work in the penalties from the first qualification, and we'll take it from there. So, first to go is Christy Naya. Unfortunately, she had an elimination on this Brannick Bulletproof in the first round. She comes back for the second qualifier, but as we said, she's already been relegated to the consolation class on Saturday.
That is correct.
So here she's just getting ring mileage, more ring time, getting more familiar with the horse. That's what this is about.
That is what it's about. And so, I mean, we've had examples in the past of unfortunate events like this, but that ended up winning the farewell. So this is obviously what we hope for her, and we hope for to finish this course.
Now, what we didn't discuss was the final. Is that on a clean slate? You don't carry forward your penalties from your first 2 qualifiers. Well, now that it's on classification, you definitely don't. But so it's all to play just to get into that top 50%. Once you're in that top 50%, then it's all even Stevens. It's a clean slate. The only thing that counts is your how does the running order work? Does that work on the classification? The final for the running order for the final.
That is absolutely correct. So clean slate, and your classification based on the first and second qualifier
will determine the running order.
Also.
Okay. All right. So she was eliminated in the first round. She gets around the second round. There's the coach. She's happy. It's better. She goes into the farewell consolation class on Saturday, but she's building rounds and a relationship with Brannick Bulletproof. That is Christy Naya. Next to go will be Kondos Give Me a Break, as we take a look at the replay of the mistake. One of the mistakes there for Brannick Bulletproof. Just a pole coming down. Of course, there was a stop as well. Okay, so Kondos Give Me a Break. This is Nicole Zimbabwe, unfortunately also the second of the 2 eliminations in the first qualifier. Both those at the same fence, those 2 eliminations both happening at the same fence. So Nicholas looking for some nice ring time, a nice, easy round, confidence-building round that he wants to look for here in this.
Like you said, same as Christy. The idea now is to get a bit more mileage so that they can have a nice farewell.
Now, Kondos Give Me a Break looks a little bit lit up, getting him more settled now as he approaches the start This Epol Skinny Oxer to start. Nicely over that now, just to settle down into a rhythm. Rolling on down the hill to fence number 2 gives us a nice opportunity to have a look at this track that Kate Launder has pitched for the second of the qualifiers, which is 1 round and a jump off. 6 strides from that Oxer at 3 to that vertical at 4. Rolling off the turn, another Ranch Oxer.
Good reaction from the rider. Oh.
So the horse just looking like he was shortening his stride. Nicholas then had to press a little bit, got away with it. Now he needs to settle back down again. 7 strides from that vertical to that Oxer. Coming to the business side of this round now, approaching, it's double at number 9. Oxer going in, 2 strides, vertical out, that pitched right next to Pavilion. And 10 to finish. And happy connections there. Nicholas getting a little bit more confidence with Condos. Give me a break. We'll go into that farewell class come Saturday. Do they get to ride these horses tomorrow, or is it a complete off day?
It's a complete. It's an agreement again with. It's usually it's a complete off day, or just the horses walk around, do a little. They can maybe graze a little, a little lunging.
But there's no jumping, no working.
No. Very light. If anything, it's very light.
Yeah, just keep the stiffness out of them, give them a little bit of a stretch.
Which is also very important, obviously.
Right, so KP Evergreen now, Kathleen Allen is the owner, I beg your pardon, Lina Capello Beltrao from Brazil. She carried forward a score of 16 from her first qualifier. Do we get to say now carrying forward a score of 16? We do, because it features in that overall classification.
Absolutely.
Okay. So sitting on a score of 16, her time in that first qualifier 77.63. Had a few whoopsies in the first round, but this looking like a more settled round. Having got rid of those early jitters and nerves which would factor in.
And you can really see the difference. I mean, for Nicholas, just before also, it was, again, very unfortunate because his 90 seconds in the arena the other day during the training, and then his welcome competition went very well. Lena also, but the jitters, I mean, that's, when it starts to count, it's part of the preparation. The mental preparation for competition never ends.
And then do you think the older, more established riders, somebody like Christina Padilla, who won the first competition, she's a little bit more experienced. With age comes experience, and you carry forward that experience into competitions like this.
I think it does play a role, but not necessarily. Someone who's anxious is going to be anxious every time. It's like an artist that you hear them before going on stage. They always get the jitters.
Yes.
And they've been doing it for 30 years, and it's still the same. So I think there's a personality, but there's also the work that you put into it for your preparation.
Yeah, correct.
Which you can't start early enough.
So a score of 4 to add to that 16. Sitting on 20, but of course, as we said, this class now goes to classification. So we'll have the overall top 50% after the conclusion of the prize giving for this class, once the judges officials have sat down. Meanwhile, turn our attention back to the arena now. This is number 4, and Natasha Harjawan from Indonesia sits on a score of 4 penalties from her first outing this morning in the A2 competition. Also, I mentioned these jumps in the second round have definitely gone up a hole or two.
Which I think is very good also from the course designer. That's it is for the final. This is going to count who goes to the final, and we've seen that they've been able to do this. So she was also quite confident that it was they were up to the level in the task.
So she's found a pole in the second round as well. So sitting on a score of 8 penalties over 2 rounds. You can hear the coach calling encouragement. More instructions from the sidelines. Just wait. The horse getting a little bit longer in the stride down to the last. finishes on a score of 4 penalties. Unfortunately not going through to that jump off. Remember, this one round and then a jump off. Let's take a look at the replay of the pole that came down. That's for Natasha Hajwan, Indonesia.
Yeah, she decided to cut.
Possibly just fell in off that turn a little bit tight. Finding that rail. Right, our rider now from Morocco. And this is Melissa Charlier. Farnham 4 gold, sitting on 4 penalties from this morning's class. Lovely horse, isn't he? Big,
Fantastic.
deliberate canter.
And it's nice because the owner explained to me that this horse, he's prepared it now for his daughter, who's around the same age as Melissa. So
I think we'll be seeing Ashley ride in the under 25 classes a little bit later.
yes, a very nice horse.
Good reaction from her there. She felt the horse just landed in a bit of a heap on the other side of that fence, lost a bit of rhythm. Immediately the leg comes on, presses him back up into his canter. Oh. So 4 penalties to add. Once again asks him for more canter off the turn.
Trying to catch up a bit on that time, because the ranking, as we said, does count, so that was a smart move on her part.
And finishes on 4 from this class. 4 for this round and 4 for the earlier round. Will not, unfortunately, go through to the jump off as we take a look at the replay. Just a little bit of a lazy jumper over that one. Tips it off. Costly, not through to the jump off. So that was Natasha. I beg your pardon, Melissa. Next we go to Erin O'Dwyer. First for horses, Zeiss de Tola. And Erin in the first class, 4 penalties in 66.02. So a little bit of a swervy start to jump number 1. Erin had to get her leg on. So she was thinking about an inside turn there, and then I think bailed out of it.
I think, yeah, but
The competitive spirit had to be half halted there.
thankfully she managed in time to,
Yes.
correct that so that the horse understood, okay, we're not going there.
Yeah. A little bit deep to that, got away with it.
But again, Erin has been working on building trust with that horse, and she. I don't want to jinx it, so I'm just gonna watch.
Horse did well to clear the vertical at 7. Got a little bit deep there as well. Come on, and once again, just runs a little bit deep. Horse pops up. Gets up into there and finishes on a clear in 71.51. She'll take a lot of confidence from that.
Yes, and I have to say, look at that little horse. I mean, a lot of heart. Like I said before, is a little sensitive, but a lot of heart. On that last jump, that was a very good example of that.
Yeah.
But Erin has been doing a great job again.
Nice, a bit of, we call that South African gees. Okay, you've learned a new word today.
Yes.
The two South Africans high-fiving and showing a bit of team spirit. Means spirit. Gees.
Gees.
You can take that word back. Okay, so next to go is our next South African, Michaela Martin. She rides Synopsis. Michaela in her first round, 4 penalties. The rest of them, this is the last of the 4s, the rest of them were clear in the A2 this morning. So looking to play a little bit of catch-up, these who are sitting on 4. Erin gone clear. We're sitting on 4. Michaela wants the same result. Nice ride to 2, nice and flowing.
And you can see with that horse, I mean, the turning in front is not an issue. So
Yeah. Want to serve her well in the jump off, but got to get round through this round with a clear to get there. And already this round, she looks like she's gained a little bit more experience. Got to learn a little bit about the horse in that first round. This is looking better than what we saw this morning. Not that this morning was anything wrong, but
no, but there's a very good flow.
Exactly.
It's absolutely, and that also shows that the quality of the rider and the coaching behind and everyone. Ooh, yes.
Gave the last one a little bit of a tap, but it stays in those shallow cups. 62.80 and through to the jump off she will go. Michaela Martin, lovely round. There's Mom Belinda. Biting her nails, no doubt. Charlotte Houston standing there, one of our officials from KwaZulu-Natal. Okay, so well done. Now, Mr. Popular. Girat Nazarov, Uzbekistan, and he rides the Rancher's Dark Dancer. It's clear in the first round.
Oh, see, I told him he rode a great first round. I said, you do the same.
Yeah. Okay, off to a good start.
At first he thought I was telling him to go faster. I said no.
Oh, a little bit swervy to 2. Had to correct, got away with it. Also, it's got a real swish of the tail as it feels his legs supporting the canter.
Okay, decided one. Okay, well.
Did he drop one there? Come on. Oof. Very tight to that right hand upright.
It's a good jumper also, but again, it's not. We were talking about flow. The flow is not as smooth sailing as Michaela's. All right.
But as they say, a clear is a clear, and he got there. So through to the jump off goes Girat Nazarov. So well done.
And he's our double clear. He's the first.
Yeah, he's the first of the double clear. And you've got to actually, I know that we're talking about the flow, but I could almost sense him rehearsing a few turns there in his first round for his jump off. So I'd be one watching him. He's going to be speedy in that jump off.
Most likely.
Okay, so next to go is Louise de Corleolis, and this is Domino that she rides from Mauritius, this combination. Carrying forward a clear from the first round. Did very nicely. And her dad popped in to have a few words during the break and said that, in fact, she's been riding a little bit in France now as well. So,
Yep.
So that is not what she needed. Unfortunately, a disobedience there. She's dislodged the pole, so some 6 seconds to add to the time before the clock goes again. Let's take a look at the replay. So this was in a distance down. It was a 6-stride distance. Let's see how she goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And see, pulling a bit.
Yeah.
And
I think the horse was just listening to her. Maybe she just needed to shorten up in that distance.
She
a big stepping horse.
decided a little bit too late what she wanted to do there, and
she's going to be kicking herself. Okay, so the 4 penalty. She was clear in the first class this morning in the A2, and she sits at number 9 of 16, so we'll have to see how the rest goes. She's right on the cusp, I think.
Absolutely. Now she needs to, again, we were talking about, the mental aspect. Now she needs to, forget that happened, get back into it, stay calm, focus on every jump, one after the other, and she should be fine. She did a beautiful round before.
Yeah, the trick now is not to get panicky and get rushed, because that wasn't the horse or anything. That was a late decision that cost her. So that was a bit of a rider error. So she now needs to back herself, and she'll be just fine. The worst thing you can do is start now overriding.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, she's found another rail, so it's 8 penalties. So that time allowed 79 seconds. Remember, there's 6 seconds to add because she dislodged the fence, had to be rebuilt. Oh, and she's gone through now. She's got to keep going. Okay, so she finishes. Brave ride to the last. The horse was good to go through that second element. Went through the flag, so she got to carry on. Finishes on a score of 12.
As we were saying, anything can happen. Clear in the first round, and so...
That was a replay of the pole that came down. And then, of course, there was that earlier disobedience and then that near disobedience, but went through that second element of that double at 9B, but dislodged the pole. So, yeah, not the round that she wanted, and we'll have to see how that plays out. 12 penalties. We'll keep you posted. Of course, the classification's still got to come a little bit later, and it's still early days. There's over 2 rounds, 1 round and a jump off. Let's see how we go. Okay, so 12 penalties there for Domino and Louise as we go down the running order to number 10, Valerio Baruzzo, Argentina, Alpha Nadia. Rode a very nice round in the first round. In a very sympathetic light seat, sits very still, lets the horse just skip along underneath him.
Yeah, especially he's tall for that horse, but he seems to understand quite well how to ride her.
Yeah. Nicely done there.
You can see, especially in this line, the height. That's good.
Definitely that vertical coming in off that turn looks like it's gone up a little bit.
Absolutely.
And that looks like a travelling 7 to that last. He soared early. And the jumps are lovely clear, so stays on a 0 penalty score and puts himself into the jump off, does Valerio Baruzzo, the Argentinian, aboard Alpha Nadia. For owner Taryn Combrink, who is here watching. Great round for Valerio. Well done. Nicely partnered.
Absolutely, and since the beginning, and it's only improving, so it's really nice to watch.
Right, so the next to go is Matias Casal, Bolivia. He was second to go in the first class this morning, was one of the 2 riders that unfortunately we did miss during that break in transmission. So nice for viewers out there to get a first look at this combination. This is Callao Bogart, donated by the Taylor family, Barry Taylor. And the rider is Matias Casal.
This is a super horse. Well, they're all super, but this is... But you have to be careful because that hind leg, yeah?
It's active and it likes to kick up in the air over the fence. Going in a hackamore, so obviously got a bit of a tricky mouth. Would that have been the bit that the horse came to the show in?
It did, okay. Absolutely. And actually, the rider, it's his first time riding a horse with an hackamore, so
okay.
he also needed to understand how that works, how the horse works, and how to be really with his hands, not to be too hard, and obtain the right contact and reaction. And riding for the first time on the horse that you don't know with a hackamore, that's also a challenge.
Yeah, And it's not the easiest horse. He's tricky. You see the flick of the tail. He's all over the place. The shoulder moves in and out of the line. So he's doing a really nice job here. Horse with super talent, but will make you concentrate and focus. And brilliantly done by Matias Casal from Bolivia. There is Lorette Knowles Taylor. Connection to the horse. Callagher Bogart. He's done a good job here. 72.57, more importantly through to that jump off and stays on a 0 penalty score after 2 rounds. Well done, Matthias. So now we go to those top 6 from the first round. Next horse was the horse that finished in 6th place after that A2 competition this morning. It's Rivervale's Rebel's Destiny, and the rider is Israel Lopez from Puerto Rico. They had a good finish, a good showing in that first class, first and a 6th.
Absolutely.
2 riders in the money.
Puerto Rico, it was worth the trip so far.
So here we go. Rebel's Destiny.
Israel is one of the riders who actually had a change of horse. The first horse he rode during the training session, the flat work, was very spooky and with the flags and everything, and so it was agreed that for safety purposes it would be best. And he drew. That's how it happens. If you have to change your horse, you have to make a draw out of the reserve horses.
How many were in reserve?
We had 7 reserve horses.
Okay. Obviously 2 from those riders from Iran who didn't
And the
make
5
it became.
that you usually need the 5. That's part of the rules. And exactly the 2.
So in all there were 2 changes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this looks like a good match for Israel. He drew a good one.
Absolutely.
On the 7 strides. Horse has got a big step, gets there perfectly well, and adds a 0 to that 0 from this morning, puts himself into the jump off, and gives himself every opportunity now to make it into that top 50%. Saturday's competition, the final will determine the overall winner. Right, this is an interesting one. From Algeria, Karim Mustafawi, Ranch Karamba. Now a horse that's got plenty of ping off the ground, but can also step in and out of lines. Karim rode a very, very accomplished round the first this morning when he came in short to that double, and the horse wanted to step away, got his leg on, got the horse back into the combination and gave himself a clear. Now I was told that Karim is no stranger to South Africa. He's trained with Charlie Crockhart, who is here. See, that's what the horse can do, just give a little hop, skip and a buck, and then you go to plan B because it puts you off of your rhythm. And
yes, as you were saying, and actually he came originally for just a few weeks training and got stuck due to COVID and ended up staying 5 months.
I believe so.
So yeah, it's his second home.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
just ran a little bit deep to that. Okay, unfortunately, 1 down, 4 penalties. Now got to keep it together.
exactly. That you can see his coach's influence now because although he's been doing very well, it's much more controlled, let's say.
So lovely jump to finish, but he'll be disappointed by that 4 penalties. I'm sure we're going to take a look at the replay. That on a distance, a related distance, and maybe just got through that distance a little bit quickly. Landed up running a little bit deep to that Peter Morrison oxer. Let's take a look. Oh, he looked like he was nicely balanced. I'm not sure. Did he add in that distance, perhaps? Just got there a little bit deep. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. So 4 penalties there for Karim as we move now to Juana Ruiz Ocampo, Argentina. Bosporus, the second of the Argentinian riders to come. Of course, Valerio Baruzza, Alpha Nadia, gave us a lovely clear earlier on.
This horse is really nice. I mean, he's a stallion, but sometimes, well, I was talking to the owner, and because it's as if he doesn't know he's a stallion, so, well, sometimes he does.
Oh, that was not what she needed. Of course, it was clear in the first round this morning, and now, come on.
And that was not as if the horse, it's just like,
Yeah. Yeah, she's got the revs up once again, the engine's running. I think that's the trick with him, really keep the energy up to the fences.
and that's, now she knows, but unfortunately a little bit too late.
Hard lesson. And finishes nicely, but unfortunately time to add as well. So 1 for time in 79.31, just over that 79 seconds time allowed. 4 for the disobedience, and you can see the disappointment on her face. So a score of 5, I'm afraid, not going to go through to the jump off. Now, how costly is that when you've had such a good ride in the first?
It's, you know, it really, I think it's not that, the time penalty is what might make the difference here, actually. That one time penalty might be really what costs her the most at this point.
Because there were quite a few from that AT this morning who finished on 4, and like you said, that one time penalty puts her on 5, puts her behind all of those. Okay, so penultimate competitor, Georgia Imorazzo, Dominican Republic, Rockstar Bourbon. Clear in the first round. Finished second. Of course, we're in reverse order of classification.
So as I was saying, this is her third final, and she's a very experienced rider, and she's very calm. So she really manages her stress quite well.
I was going to say, you look at this combination and you would think that they're a solid combination who've been together for a long time.
And I think that's the impression I've had every time I've seen her ride in a final. Whether it was a good match or it's her that who is that good as a rider, it's probably a combination of both.
What can you remember has been her best result at the finals?
Well, she won.
Oh, okay.
She won a final.
Okay.
So, yes.
So she's rather accomplished. She's no stranger to the pressure, all this competition. So, well done. 0 penalty score. Through to the jump off she goes. Now the winner of the first qualifier this morning, and won it in brilliant fashion because she really dominated on the time as well, and that A2 was 4.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Cristina Padilla, Puerto Rico. Rotaflow Capital Harrison, who when we interviewed, she said she's really enjoying this horse.
Now she says she always prefers going first. She doesn't like to wait, is the problem. So she had to wait, but not too long.
And she was quite confident. She said she feels he's probably got a few more gears to go up if she needs them, but she doesn't feel she really needs them at this stage, so we'll see. She's just aiming 50%. Top 50, that's it. She's not looking for the wins. The fact that the win came this morning was a bonus, but she's got her eye on just getting herself into that top 50%, because as you said, then it's clean slates. Then it really begins. Then you can start getting your real game face on.
And you've had all this time to get to know the horse better, maybe try a few things, but still be cautious, which she has been doing and doing very well. And we saw, I mean, yeah, like you said, it was a bonus. She wasn't even trying to be fast. Yeah.
66, and into the jump off she goes. Winner of the first class, Cristina Padilla, and that was another stellar performance. Looked like, again, a horse that she'd very comfortable with, that she'd come to terms with very easily, that she'd been riding for a long time. Did not look like a... I like the patience that she got, that ride into 9. She just kept her neutral canter, waited till she saw something, pressed the button when it was there. Nothing was rushed, nothing was hurried. It was just easy, rhythmical riding.
Absolutely, and but that you know, the ride, the horse also, I don't know this horse actually, maybe you can tell me more about it, that, you know, it seems to have a very, the canter, very, how can I say this, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, it's
steady.
It's rhythmical, it's like a metronome, it's beat, da-da, 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 yeah. There you can see he's there. That's the other side of Harrison that we didn't see on the camera unless you were looking way down into the distance where that horse box is past. He just leapt up into the air and let his back legs go. She gets a very nice tune out of him. I don't think he's actually the easiest. He's not a horse that likes pressure. He likes you to be one with him and just let him do his thing. He's recently up into the 140s, but on his day he knows where the gate is. He can come off the turn, know where the gate is, and decide, well, I'm not going any further. So
you know, maybe that would have not been such a great match with our rider from Uzbekistan, for example, if he doesn't like the pressure.
And I wonder if the owners would have told her, because sometimes you got that in the back. Sometimes when you know too much, it's not in your best interest, because then it's in the back of your mind. You put extra leg off the turn and he feels something and that could change his mind. So from a nice, oh, well, I'm happy to do this, you know, sometimes less is more, I think.
Absolutely. I think, you know, it's like a first introduction. You need to make your own evaluation on what's going on, and then get the tips in.
Is that something that you as officials would brief the owners on, or do you let them say what they like?
I must say we appreciate so much that the owners are here, and again, if they're here, we're going to let them, but it's true that I think most owners will know, you know, let them, because they don't know the riders either, so they will most likely let the riders come to them, or if they see something, but not straight on come with their recommendations, they will let them have a feel for it and then say, okay, so, you know, maybe look for this, look for that, the horse prefers it when you ride him this way. However, it's really then important for the riders to listen.
Yes.
And that can be sometimes a bit tricky, also because of the language barrier, or just because we know our riders.
Correct. Okay, so the jump off for this class: 5, 6, 7, 8, 9A, 9B, 12, and 1. And clears going through to the jump off will be Nicholas Nicole from Zimbabwe. He will be allowed. He was that elimination in the first round doesn't affect this class at all. He still gets to go through to the jump off.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so Nicholas will go through. He gave us a clear in this class. Erino Dwyer, Michaela Martin, Girat Nazarov, Valerio Baruzzo, Matthias Cassel, Israel Lopez, Georgia Iomorazzo, and Cristina Padilla, who was the winner of the first qualifier, sits in pole position for the second qualifier. Interesting that again, clean slate, so it counts for nothing if she lands up a winner of both qualifiers this morning. You know, good on her, but it means nothing going into Saturday. It just means that she's there. It means that she'll go last on Saturday.
Exactly, and it builds up her confidence, if anything. But no, it does not count. You can do fantastic, be eliminated on Saturday, unfortunately, and that's...
Exactly. Right, so there they are. That's the riding order through to the jump off for the second qualifier. Nicholas Nicole from Let's try that again. From Zimbabwe on Kondos, Give Me a Break goes first. In at number 2, Erin O'Dwyer. South Africa, first for horses, Zias de Tola. Michaela Martin, South Africa, Synopsis, Girat Nazarov. Uzbekistan, the Rancher's Dark Dancer. He goes at 4. At 5, Valerio Barroso, Argentina, Alpha Nadia. In at 6, Matias Casal, Bolivia, Callao Bogart. At 7, Israel Lopez, Puerto Rico, Rivervale's Rebels Destiny, who I don't know is built for speed. He's a big horse, but he's a deliberate big horse, so let's see what Israel can get out of him in a jump-off. Georgia Morazzo, Rockstar Bourbon, Dominican Republic in penultimate position at 8, and 9 and last to go, Christina Padilla. Let's go. Here we go. Zimbabwe first to go. Kondos, Give Me a Break, Nicholas Nicole. So, it's jump number 5 to start. On to 6. Got to see if anybody's prepared to drop a stride there. Nicholas looked like he might have been thinking about coming inside to the next fence, which is 7. He changed his mind. He decided
which was probably smart
Yes.
after what happened this morning.
Exactly. Unfortunately, finds a rail at that Peter Morrison Oxa on that distance. It comes inside of Epol to number 9A, 9B, that double. Oxa going in vertical out. Then it's round to 12.
Which is a new jump.
Western Shop vertical. And then a left-handed sweeping turn back to number 1, which is the Epol Oxa. And he finishes on 4 penalties in 49.26. Now, let's see if we have a replay. It was on that distance, first round. I'm trying to remember, was that a 7 strides up that distance? So from 7 to 8. So just getting a little bit snug there at the base of 8, taking that down. So 4 penalties.
Yeah, maybe a bit more of a bigger jump on the vertical.
Yes,
and
coming in
then
and then roll on down. Right, so Erin O'Dwyer, let's see what she can do. Erin from South Africa. Right, she's on her way. 5 to start. Gave that a tap, left it up. On the angle, she was setting up, comes inside, sweeping turn, keep the canter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strides, hits it perfectly. So this is looking good. Keep rolling. Right-handed turn now to that new fence at 12. Gets a good shot there. Leaves them all up. Big smiles from Erin. Joanne van Achterberg, her coach, gives her the thumbs up. And there you go. Double clear, Erin, 40.76, good time.
that is very important for her. So glad it went this well. And she did again. Very good.
And again, she obviously went up a gear compared to where Nicholas was. He was just looking for some confidence. He went around instead of inside to that vertical and to the Peter Morrison jump. And you just see the time difference, some 9 seconds. Obviously, he was going a little bit slower as well. But I think if you want to have a chance, any sort of a chance, you've got to take all these inside lines. Michaela Martin will do just that. She's very, very competitive.
Yeah, and Erin, and it's going to be the same for Michaela. I mean, they're looking for their spot in the final. That's the goal here.
Right, so she was prepping for that inside line. That's what I was talking about.
Yep.
Oh, and she finds that rail, shakes her head. She knew she got it slightly wrong there, took a little bit of a fly to that. Now, how costly is that going to be? 4 penalties here in this jump off. She's really got to leave them all up now. Ball jump to finish. Jumps that nicely. Good time. 36.46. There's Mom Belinda. But time counts for nothing when you've had one down, I'm afraid. And here is the replay. Just, I think, bustled her a little bit. She kind of set up on the turn instead of rolling off the turn and keeping the rhythm, and then had to shoot her out a bit and maybe flattened out. But of course, it's always easy from this position.
Absolutely.
Good time, though. It shows you that Erin's time can be beaten. 36.46 as compared to 40.76. Right now, the man we were talking about earlier, I've got a sneaky feeling about him. Let's see what he can do. The man from Uzbekistan, Girat Nazarov.
He surely is a competitor, so now it's really a question of whether or not he and the horse, you know, are on the same page.
Okay, so he's gone on 9 strides from that distance from the first 2, but he looks much tighter back to that.
No, he's doing.
He's gone around here. Why did he go around that EPOL fence? Oh, he had plenty of chance to come inside. Oh! Unfortunately, his chances are dashed there. So the irony of that is he gave himself more of a chance going round that fence and found the rail anyway. There's his second rail, so that's now 8 penalties, and unfortunately his chances are gone. Now he's going to have to sit and wait and see what the classifications reveal, whether he'll stay in that top 50%.
Well, he was double clear, so I mean his chances are still looking pretty good.
Okay. So what you're saying then, the jump off doesn't factor in too much. It's really about the.
It's gonna factor in, especially for those with that had maybe 4 in the first qualifier.
Yes.
All of the
and
double
then
clears.
rack up a double clear
all
here.
of the double clears, because then the ranking of the jump off, we have 9 that are in the jump off. Out of the 9, I think that 5 were clear also in the first. So these 5 are pretty much guaranteed to be in the final.
Okay. All right. So, next to go, Valerio Baruzzo, Argentina, having a good look at the course. Taking his time here, just to make sure he knows exactly what he's going to do. And this could be very quick as well. This horse looks like once you let it off the bridle and ask for more canter, it's going to give it to you. Eight from the between the first 2 jumps. That's what you got to do. An 8 set up for that inside turn. Inside ride now. He's not looking like he's galloping the horse off its feet, but it's very quick. His lines are very tight.
Absolutely. That's where he's gaining time. But clean lines, clear instructions.
Nicely set up there. Now, keep the canter to the last. Beautifully done. Touches the last, gets away with it. 40.74 and clear. Means he goes just into the lead, takes the lead away from Erin O'Dwyer, who was there in 40.76. 40.76 compared to 40.74. Wow.
That's close.
Wow. Okay. So Valerio into the lead.
Yes, we know that they can go faster.
Yes.
We've seen it with Michaela. So, but I don't. Among the athletes and especially the horses that are left, if there's a potential of a fast combination there.
Well, who have we still got to go? Harrison's got natural step. I would back Harrison.
Harrison, yeah, without even trying, can be very fast, I feel.
Right, so Matthias Casal now, Bolivia, Callagher Bogart. Nicely ridden. Easy 7 in that distance. Now get back to this 9AB quickly. Whoa, slightly dislodged in the air to get his balance back.
I think that's the whole thing. For this rider, it's all a question of balance. Stay on that horse.
Nicely done. Not quite there on the time. 44.44. Good enough to go into third position at the moment. So Alpha Nadia leading with Valerio Baruzzo, 40.74. 40.76 in second, Erin O'Dwyer, and now Bogart and Matthias Cassel in third. Good effort. There's Lorette, owner of the horse. Heard her shouting some words of encouragement to Matthias towards the last fence. She's smiling. Well done.
That's what we like to see, a smile on everyone's
Yes.
faces. The riders, the coaches,
Exactly.
the owners.
When the owners are happy, you know you've done a good
yes,
job.
absolutely.
Okay, next to go, back to our pictures. And here is Israel Lopez, Puerto Rico, Rivervale's Rebel's Destiny. We're talking about this one. Doesn't look like an out-and-out galloper with natural speed, but a big horse. Gonna have to use that rangy stride to good effect here if he's wanting to rival that time of 40.74. Let's see how it plays out. Oh, not going to be his day here. Not going to take the win. He's rubbed off that A element of that double at 9. Finishes nicely. 4 penalties, 44.37 for Israel Lopez.
Seeing this combination, I just remember of a combination in Quito from Chile. Also red jacket, white horse, and there was actually an issue with the girth that broke on the jump.
Oh goodness.
And so, yeah, that was something. So on the jump, it was all fine. After the jump, the saddle just flew off the horse, and the rider stayed on, but
goodness.
was bareback.
And
then,
continued?
No.
Okay, next to go, Bourbon, Rockstar Bourbon, Georgia Iomorazzo, who you said has won one of these finals.
She did in Quito, actually, in 2019.
So let's see where her head is at. Is she aiming for just for that 50% into the final? A little tap on the back rail at 5. I mean, now would be a good chance to step it up a gear and test what the horse can do in a runoff, but not to go hell for leather.
Absolutely, but it is a good now because she's guaranteed pretty much to be in the final. So if she wants to test a few things, like you said, without going too wild with that could be a few turns, sharp turns.
And presses up a gear. Canter to the last, nicely done. Knees up high, clears the last in 41.97, and that is good enough to go into third position. So pretty tight here at the top of the leaderboard, 40.74 leads, but of course we have seen that very fast time, 36 seconds, so it certainly has left the door open for anyone brave enough to dare, but of course there is only one left, and that's a winner of the first qualifier, Christina Padilla, Road to Flow Capital Harrison. How do you think this is going to play out? Can you see her?
I don't think she's going to rush it, but I think she's going to have a good time.
Yeah, I think this horse with his big stride is going to do enough to possibly, you've got, of course, got to leave them all up, but I think the time will be there.
We saw it in the first qualifier without even trying,
Yeah.
so if she decides she wants to test a few things, I think it can be, yeah.
Right, here we go. Road Flow Capital Harrison and Christina Padilla, Puerto Rico. Here we go. On the 8 strides between fences 5 and 6. Left-handed turn now. Keeps the canter. Nicely done to 7. Roll on down 7 strides. Hold him off that front rail. That's come down a few times. Inside turn now. Right-handed to 9A. Nicely done, gets the balance, sets him up nicely for that double. Yep.
She had to.
One more,
Yeah.
and she's well up on the time. Leave it up. Oh, it's down.
No.
38-32. It has come down. on. She threw caution to the wind at the last, and it's cost her. Drags his back toe through ever so slightly. That, in fact, was the first ride that she gave to a fence where she actually went forward with her hand and said, right, let's have a go, and unfortunately cost her.
But I'm wondering, when did she decide she was going to do that? Maybe there was a bit of, when she had already finished her turn. Maybe if
she just sat, she had she was 2 seconds up on them. She had 2 seconds in hand.
She was like, okay, now I have to go for it.
Anyway, she's guaranteed her spot.
She is.
I mean, and that's what she was aiming at, so she won't be too disappointed. And in fact, could be a blessing in disguise, because now she knows what she can't do.
I think that was, we were just talking about, this is the time to test a few things, and it's like you said, it's the first time that she tried that. Didn't really work out for her, so might be the last.
This horse, you got to keep your body up and get him to the base and get him to kick upwards. That was the first time I think she went a little bit forward and the hand came slightly forward. She said, right, take a bit of a flyer at him, drag his back legs through.
You see, you really have to keep him
Keep him compressed, absolutely. So, like I say, it could actually be a blessing. Right, so there is the winner. And we're going to take a look at the results. Of course, these are provisional of our second qualifier. Valerio Barroso, Argentina, 40.74. On Alpha Nadia for owner Taryn Combrink takes the win. So well done to Valerio, well done to Taryn, and well done to Argentina. Erin O'Dwyer, South Africa, represented here in second, 40.76, just behind, a whisker in second and first for horses, Zeiss Detolia. Georgia Iomorazzo, 41.97, Rockstar Bourbon, and they are well placed for Saturday.
Absolutely.
So we take a lot of confidence off of today's outings, and that could be a little sneaky lurker in the pack there, setting her up for possibly a second crack at a final.
It might. I mean, she's definitely someone that you should be watching out for.
Matthias Cassell finishes in fourth, and Kelleher Bogart, 44.44, and Michaela Martin, fastest of the lot by some way. Look at that time, 36.46. Unfortunately, just finding that rail off of that left-handed turn to that vertical just came down for Synopsis and Michaela. There's the man of the moment, takes the win in the second of the qualifiers for Argentina. Well done to him. Valerio Barroso rode beautifully, didn't he?
Absolutely, and they're really, this combination is getting better and better as they're getting acquainted. But he really seems to have understood how to. He's a tall guy. She's not a big mare, but he's riding her, I feel, the way that she needs to be ridden, and very respectful.
Light position, takes the weight off of her back, just lets her canter skip along underneath him. Sympathetic hand, sits quiet, lovely to watch.
Fully agree.
I wonder how much polo he plays back home.
Well, we could ask him.
Well, he'll be up for an interview shortly. I'm going to say thank you very much to you, Andrina. Hopefully we'll be chatting to you again come Saturday on the final. I'm sure you've got some officiating to do now. You've got to go tally up scores with those judges up there, have a look at the classifications, and we'll hopefully be getting those. How long will that take? Not too long?
Not too long.
Okay.
Anyways, we'll have all the athletes waiting at the bottom of the stairs to find out. So we're not going to take too long.
All right. So, Andrea, thanks very much. We're going to let you go. And
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have all our pictures from the prize giving here at the Ranch Equestrian in Polokwane for the second of these qualifiers as we gear up to Saturday's final. Looking forward to that. Don't go away. More to come on Equestrian Live. Of course, we've got those under 25 classes as well this afternoon. So plenty more still in store for you here. Right, so the prize giving for the second of the qualifiers, of course, was one round and the clears went through to a jump off, and coming out trumps is Valerio Baruzzo from Argentina, who has been clear this morning and clear in the second qualifier, so is one of three combinations who has had clears across the board, no penalties today. In second place, Erin O'Dwyer, South Africa, first for horses, Ziais Tola. And in third place, Georgia Iamarazzo, who was also clear all the way. 0 from this morning, 0 from the first round, and 0 here in the jump off. Matthias Cassel finishes next down the order on Callagher Bogart, and is the third of the riders who have been clear all the way, 0 penalties. So those three riders definitely guaranteed to go into that top 50%, make no mistake there. In picture, Michaela Martin, who unfortunately just had one down in the runoff. She was blisteringly fast, 36 and some change, far faster than anybody else, but a little bit of a costly pole there knocks her down the rankings. Don't forget, today we've still got the under 25 classes, and the announcement of that classification, the top 50%. Top 50% will go through to the World Jumping Finals, the final of the finals. It will be on Saturday, and it's all a level peg in there. Clean slates, lots to play for. So while these qualifiers either get you into their top 50% or not, the results of them will also determine the starting order in the final come Saturday. Tomorrow, of course, is a rest day, as Valerio Baruzzo leads us off on a well-deserved lap of honor. He rode picture-perfect ground, sits on a 0 penalty score, guarantees his place in that final. Well done to all of them in that lineup. Let's take a look at the final result. We do have confirmation of the result of this class. Still, of course, waiting for the overall classifications to see who will go through to Saturday's final. But there it is, Valerio Baruzzo, Argentina, 40.74 Alpha Nadia. Going to have a interview with Valerio. That's coming up as well. Erin O'Dwyer, South Africa. Well done, Erin. Representing South Africa, finishes in second. Ziais Tola, 40.76 in second with Erin. Third place to Georgia Iamarazzo, 41.97. Rockstar Bourbon, as you heard, previous winner of the FEI World Jumping Finals, looking for her second win. Matthias Cassel, Bolivia, on Bogart, finishes in fourth, and Michaela Martin for South Africa with that fastest time, 4 penalties, finishes back in fifth. So our producers are currently out there gathering Valerio up for an interview. That's going to be up in the next 5 minutes or so.
I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing. Sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you, I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you, I knew this. When I'm with you, I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you, I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? 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 Then will you get bored of killing me?
Welcome back here to Equestrian Live from the Ranch Equestrian, the main arena, where we've just seen the conclusion of the second of the qualifiers, and one in emphatic style. Brilliantly well done by Valerio Baruzzo on Taryn Combrick's Alpha Nadia. Well done, brilliantly ridden.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Absolutely stellar round. Tell us about the horse. You look like a really good match. You're quite tall, but you ride very light. You give the horse every opportunity just to skip along underneath you, take the pressure off. Lovely, sympathetic round.
Yes, at the first time when I first sat on her, I was like, oh, this is going to be tricky, you know, because she's so wound up.
Yes.
She gets so excited to the jumps. But then I started watching videos, and the owner sent me some videos and talked to me how to ride her. And then we started matching. The first day we had a rail down, but in the warm-up, you know.
Yes.
And then I was like, okay, this is how I need to ride this mare.
So did you adjust your style? Is this not the normal style that you would ride your horses back home in? You've done a little bit of adjusting to how she wants to go.
Yeah, a little bit. This is actually my style, but I've never ridden a horse so hot and with so much energy, you know.
Yes. Well,
so,
I mean, she looked really settled in the runoff as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always the risk that when you have to go in the runoff, you spark them up, you light them up, and then it's always, oh, you're going to get them back. But you had her just increasing her step, going forward, but staying nice and calm and relaxed. Beautifully well done.
Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't we actually have a look at your round, because we have it queued up.
I haven't seen it so far, so let's have a look.
You're about to see it now, and you can talk us through it. So this is Valerio and Alpha Nadia, and you can talk us through, Valerio.
Okay, good distance number 1, following, steady 8, because I wanted to make the inside turn there, you know. She's so quick turning, so I have to be careful with the distance. Nice distance there. Forward 7. Look how she turns.
Yeah.
She's really fast.
You've got those long legs, you can wrap around it for balance though.
Slow combination, and then this was a turn to make. She was fantastic. As soon as she jumped the vertical, she saw that turn, so I didn't. And now to the last, I saw a long distance, but I say, whoa.
Yep.
This is not the one. Little wrap, luck.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Hand goes up in the air, celebrating. The connections are happy. Well done.
Yeah.
So now you are only one of 3 riders who has not had a pole, not had a fault. You've been clear this morning and double clear here. So guaranteed, obviously, your place in the final.
Yeah.
It was all about getting to the final, top 50%, top 8.
Yeah.
Where does the mindset now go to the final? Did you ask the horse enough questions today to give yourself confidence in that final, as in, okay, today was a runoff, but you didn't go, is there more that you can ask? Are you confident asking more?
I'm really confident on her. You know, she trusts me, I trust her. I think we're good to go to the finals.
Yeah.
Now, having a rest today, enjoying this first place, because we are here to enjoy, and then tomorrow set my mind and think about the the final. Yeah.
Now, tell me a little bit about yourself. 34 years old,
Yeah.
from Argentina. Argentina traditionally very much polo orientated. Do you play a bit of polo?
I've never played polo. I'm very bad with polo. It's totally different sports.
Yes.
Yeah, but I love the sport. Every horse sports I love.
Yes.
There's a lot of breeding in Argentina. We breed
Correct.
horses there.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so...
Sport horses, race horses?
Yeah.
Because I know your racing breeding is also very big.
No, sport horses.
Okay.
Joe jumping horses.
Nice.
We breed like 10 to 15 horses a year. We have an auction there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you based?
In Rosario. It's
Okay.
3 hours north from Buenos Aires.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice city.
Now I see on your profile you're also a big Formula One fan, and who do you support? Because I'm also a big fan, so I said I'd have a chat to you. What?
I like a lot Checo Perez. Yeah.
Okay, well done.
I'm a Checo fan.
All right, lovely. He's got to make up a bit of ground on Max, but decent.
That's why I like
Yeah.
him, because I want him to beat Max.
The guys in the van in my ears are saying, never, never. Well, it's wonderful. Before I let you go, a little bit about this competition and your trip to South Africa. You having a good time? Will you come back? Is it your first time here?
It's my first time here. We had a long wait from Buenos Aires to here. I'll definitely come back. I have a few days more. After the final, I stay 2 days more, so I will find out where to go.
Yeah.
Safari,
Yes.
enjoying, relax. It's
Excellent.
Excellent country, excellent people. I'd like to thank all the owners, organization, you, the TV.
You're obviously a meat eater. You Argentina famous for its beef. I'm gonna ask you to have a bit of the South African beef and tell us what you think.
I will.
All right.
I already had one.
And
Yeah, it was
good,
really good.
as good as yours.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I gotta tell yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Lovely to have you here, Valerio. Congratulations on your win. We're rooting for you for Saturday for the final. Got a sneaky feeling about you in that final, and we'll be watching.
Thank you so much.
That's Valerio Barroso, who takes the win here in the second qualifier aboard Alpha Nadia, getting himself game ready for Saturday, where it's all to play for. It's clean sheets there. We look forward to the final. Don't forget, we still got those under 25 classes to come. The first of those an A2 competition over 1 meter 30, which will be followed by 1 meter 35. The start time for the 1 meter 30 will be, it's a little bit of a wait. It's 10 past 12 now, so it starts at 2 o'clock. More to come this afternoon on Equestrian Live. Don't go away. Some time to relax, but we'll be back around about 10 to 2.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's to be ruthless. That is your chance to be ruthless. That is your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing. to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Too many things going on, I can't keep track of them all. From people dropping a bomb to people putting up walls. I feel like life is on hold, perception stuck in a vault. I know that time can heal all, but how much time till we fall? It's awfully chilly outside when there's no shelter to hide. When everything is a lie, you'll find that out in some time. But when the things on your mind are all considered a crime, communication aside, we'll all just fight till we die. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises. Or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. I know that things seem bad, but they could be much worse. There's always someone else who has a greater curse, a greater thirst, a hunger, pain, and mercy. Just find whatever you got and try to be thankful first. I wanna feel again, I need a couple friends. I never really understood just how the story ends, but I can feel it's tense, don't know the consequence. The volatility of life, my only confidence. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises. Or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, ooh, I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it. Fuse like a magnet, lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. In my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes. Taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great. Popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say,
I'm taking shots at the enemy. I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak. Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, electronic, blow the sonic roof up. I'm too honest when I take a few shots. They're too toxic, need to take the noose off.
And you cannot save me, 'cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking.
Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots.
You were not as tough as
I'm back, you know that I never left. I got tracks and some music that you never guess. I don't slack, don't lose, learn your lesson yet. When I get to choose what I do, I'm like a weapon. I'm not sharp as many, but got hard. I'm ready to change scars to envy, to win large and plenty. I like to play fast, never change back. Calling out, I'll pay back, 'cause I'm great at that. Oh.
You cannot save me, 'cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking.
Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots.
you were not as tough though.
Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots, who are not as tough as me. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots, who are not as tough as me.
Well, lovely shots of where we're positioned for this FEI World Jumping Finals. The Ranch Equestrian Centre, Limpopo Province, just outside of Polokwane. And there's a look at the main arena. That's us perched just up top on the left-hand side. Lovely look at the pavilion, the B arena, which is currently being used as the warm-up. And then on normal show days, when there's more than one arena running, the warm-up is down to the, well, where we're looking now at the bottom of your screen, just out of shot. But lovely drone shots here from Polokwane. I can tell you it's rather hot now. The temperature has climbed as we get ready for the first of the two under 25 classes, the first of which is the 1 meter 30 A2 competition. Brett Webber has taken over the course design duties from Kate Launder. She's building for the FEI World Jumping Finals, but Brett Webber has pitched the classes for this afternoon. Both of them under 25 classes, both of them A2 competitions. The first of which is 1 meter 30, and there is your starting order. Amy Hay goes first on Capital Lincoln, followed by Salumi Nell on Kellaho Consina. Olivia Sarur in at number 3, Kellaho Conchetta. Divan Bosman, who's been absolutely dominating the scene. More on that a little bit later in the 1 meter 35s when he gears up on Midgard Zakiro. But he's been in a rich vein of form of late as Divan Bosman. He goes at number 4 on Kellaho Belvini. Ashley Taylor on Kellaho Larry Boo at number 5. And look at those 5, the top 5, all Kellaho breds. Emma Wales-Smith, she's in at number 6. Donna Devira. Janine Kutsia goes at 7. Rotaflow Capital Cameron in at 8. And last to go is Amy Hay on Bella Ami, or Bellamy. Zara Didiluri, unfortunately, is a scratching from this national under 25 1 meter 30 A2 competition. More of an exhibition, really, that's going on here this afternoon. We've got lots of visiting riders from all parts of the world, and a bit of a chance for South Africa to showcase its own up-and-coming talent in these 1 meter 25. We're going to call them exhibition classes here on offer this afternoon. So looking forward to them. There's 2 of them, not the biggest fields, but will give us an idea of how much talent lies in this part of the world. So that's the running order. As you can see, horses are currently warming up. And we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the first horse in the arena. That's going to be in around about 2 minutes' time. And that horse will be Capital Lincoln and Amy Hay. If you are joining us on Equestrian Live, very good afternoon to you. Of course, we're also broadcasting on clipmyhorse.tv and FEI TV as well. So to all viewers out there, wherever you may be, very good afternoon from a steamy hot Ranch Equestrian Centre here in Polokwane. And there is the first of the competitors in this under 25. It's Amy Hay. Amy, in fact, hailing from Zimbabwe. Does a lot of her riding with Charlie Crockhart. Riding the lovely Capital Lincoln. She goes in at number 1. This adult 1 meter 30 under 25 A2 competition. Brett Weber is the course designer. Going to take a look at his course in a moment or two as Amy canters her way around. It's 480 meters the length and time allowed of 83 seconds. Amy about to take the salute on behalf of all the other competitors and will get us underway. Remember, A2, 1 round on time. Fastest competitor, least amount of penalties will be declared the winner.
First to go, Amy Hay, Capital Lincoln.
Bell has gone and Amy about to go. Some horses are awaiting their turn. That looks like Caracas, who comes a little bit later on this afternoon in the 1m35s, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Amy's on her way. Capital Lincoln, here we go. There from Capital Lincoln. Looked like he was committed to that, and then a little bailout at the very last moment, so not the start Amy was looking for. Come on now. Right, on their way. So 1 to 2 loops around that action 4 double of verticals. It's a long ride from 1 to 2, so you can really afford to pick up the canter there. Right-handed turn now, 3. Steady 5, up to the verticals. Inside she comes of that E-pole fence. There she comes to jump number 4, Western Shop vertical. Left-handed now, another sweeping canter, can afford to pick up the pace if you're in it to win it in this 1m30 A2. 7 strides to the A element of that double combination. Oxer going in vertical out. Skinny Oxer at 8. Peter Morrison sponsors. Committed 7 strides down to 9. Right-handed we go now to the Bid Food vertical, a fence that caused lots of problems in this morning's A2. And that Ranch Equestrian Oxer looks like could be the biggest and most square Oxer on the track to finish. So unfortunately just that one disobedience to start for Amy Hay and Capital Lincoln. Finishes up on a score of 15, 11 of those being for time as we take a look at the replay of where it all went wrong, which is right at the beginning of the class. Yeah, I thought he was a little bit naughty there. She did look like she wasn't on a bad one. Looked like he was committed and then just said no at the very last moment. So a little bit naughty there, I'm afraid, from Capital Lincoln. Amy will be a little bit upset with that. Calaho Consina is next to go. Salua Minel, South Africa. Calaho Consina next to go. Con Coriano Cassini 1. Right, so she's taken a different line to Amy from 1 to 2. She's come inside of that double of verticals. So she's looking for a swift, quick ride. There's a turning point there, that tree that she's come inside to number 3. Nicely done. She's not going flat out, but she's making all the turns that count here, Salumi and Consina. Seven strides down to this double. Steady through that. Inside she's coming to Peter Morrison. It's inviting you to do that. It's a little bit skinny. So Salumi doing very nicely here. This is going all according to plan. Angles that jump number 9, that vertical. Gives a very quick ride back to this Bid Food vertical as well. And and last to go, that Ranch Oxer. In a very quick time, 63.98. And that's said, come and get me if you can. Salumi makes all the necessary inside turns, inside lines. Now, can they do the same and go quicker? Olivia Sarua from South Africa goes next. Kalaho Conchetta. So there's a few Zimbabwean riders sprinkled in amongst this bunch from South Africa. Our talent on display for the rest of the world here. Olivia Sarua, Kalaho Conchetta, Concoriano Clinton. Another one bred by the Kalaho stud, one of the 3 formidable studs in South Africa. The big 3. Time to beat here, 63.98. So Olivia's gone round that green oxer to get back to this oxer here. So that's going to put her down on time from where Salumi was. Salumi came inside of Epol to number 8 as well. So Olivia just looking for a nice tidy round, not looking for the win. Olivia already gone past Salumi's time. Salumi was home in 63.98. So going to be quite a ways outside of that time, and has now found a pole as well. Touches the last but gets away with it. So 4 penalties in a time of 78.14 for Olivia and Kalaho Conchetta. They're going to have to go some if they want to get to Consina and Salumi now. As we take a look at the replay of the pole that came down, it was close to home. And just a light touch in those 18mm yellow cup, shallow cup. As that pole's going to go down. Right, Divan Bosman next to go. Been riding at the top of his game of late, dominating the scene. Kalaho Belvani unfortunately has found a rail. This is not Divan's top horse. We'll be seeing Zakiro out in the 1m35s by Bolzano de Quincy out of an Escudo mare. Bolzano de Quincy, one of the Kalaho studs breeding stallions, jumping up at top level under Gareth Neal. Trained by Anton Hook for a long time now. Really riding so well as Divan. Unfortunate rail, fence number 1. Bit of a real nothing mistake there. The horse jumping, operating really well, but a slightly unorthodox technique, this horse. It certainly gets the height required. Finishes on a score of 4 in 81.45. Time allowed 83 seconds. So in this A2 competition, not going for the win. Of course, that plan, if it was ever the plan, was put to rest when he had that rail at fence number 1. Let's take a look at the replay of that fence that came down, that Epol fence at jump number 1. Off the turn he comes. Horse just went too high, basically. Too high, came down a little bit steep. Back toes on the back rail. He does get plenty of height over the fences there, perhaps not up to rhythm and just jumping a little bit too high and not getting the necessary clearance there for Belvani and Divan Bosman. So 1 down, 4 penalties. Next to go, Ashley Taylor. For the Farnham Stables, Equestrian Affairs. Larry Boo, Kalaho Larry Boo. For 334 Sport or Stud, I beg your pardon. Ashley Taylor, here she goes. Right, so she's taking that inside line from 1 to 2, not going around that action for double of verticals. Inside she comes. That's going to make up some time for her. Same as what Salumi did. Salumi, memory serves, went inside of that giant pot plant. Ashley decided to go round. Also in a really nice rhythm, can certainly make up some time. This is looking good if she stays on track here at this speed. Salumi made all the inside turns but wasn't going flat out. So I would say they're pretty much level pegging at this stage. Comes inside, same route that Salumi took from 7 to 8. Good ride. Yeah, this is a good ride. Ashley Taylor. Callagho Larriboo looking good. Jumps the last, clears it in a time of 69.73. Just 69.93, just outside of Consina and Salumi. Look at that, 69. Well, we said they were level pegging. Look at this. Leader's time, 63.98. Ashley's time, 63.98, I beg your pardon. So actually a little bit outside of that time, 63.98 and 69.93. So in fact, she was quite a bit slower than Salumi. Next to go, Donna De Vera, Emma Wales Smith from Zimbabwe. So there was quite a big gap there, 63.98 and 69.93. So it looks like they really are going to have to be going some if they want to get close to Salumi's time and Callagho Consina. Emma's not going to do it. She's gone around that double of verticals. So Salumi deceptive. I know she took all the inside lines, but I didn't think she was traveling all that quickly. But obviously deceptive, because she's come in with a very quick time of 63.98, as rivaled as Ashley Taylor, 69.93, and I thought they were traveling at around about the same pace. So you got a big step there, Consina. Emma's had that down, so sitting on a score of 4 now. And finds a rail at the last as well, so 4 more to add. Finishes on a score of 18.75.80. Emma Wales Smith and Donna De Vera. Two left to come, Rotoflow, Capital Cameron and Bellamy, as we take a look at the replay of the 2 poles that came down there for Emma Wales Smith. The Ox are in the far side of the arena, coming down that front rail, and then the front rail once again of the last, that Ranch Square Oxer to finish. 8 penalties, the final tally. Young Janine Kutsia, she goes next. Rotoflow Capital Cameron for the Rotoflow show jumping team. Janine been doing so well of late. Recently graduated up into the 1 meter 40s with Rotoflow Capital Harrison, who you saw win the class this morning, the A2 qualifier. Right, so she's inside. She's come inside that pot plant. So she would be up there on times with our leader, Consina Salumi Nell. Looking good for Janine. Keep it together. 2 more to come. Right, now it's on for 63 seconds. Last jump. Going to be just outside of the leader's time, but a good effort from young Janine Kutsia, 65.76 for Rotaflow Capital Cameron. Good effort, Janine. 65.76 goes into second. Kalaho Consina and Saluminel still leading. She came out early at number 2, and she's still in the lead. Is Salumi with 1 more to come. It's Amy Hay, her second ride. Amy went early on Capital Lincoln at 1. Had a shaky start with a stop at 1 and then jumped a nice clear after that. So she's looking to improve here on Bellamy's Amy for Zimbabwe. Last to go in this adult, or under 25 rather, 1 meter 30 A2 competition. Bellamy by Blockbuster out of Balou Durouet dam line. You could see Amy gave a little bit of a kick at the base of that EPO fence at number 1. Didn't want to make the same mistake. She's already outside of the winner's time for sure, going the long way around from 1 to 2. So I don't actually recall seeing too much of this horse in the ring, so it must be a very new ride for Amy. So she's obviously still building a partnership. Looks a lovely, lovely horse. Beautiful way of going. Superb technique. Lovely action behind over the fences. Opens up beautifully, gives itself time through the apex of its jump. Playing through the turn there. So obviously enjoying the outing this afternoon. Ears are pricked. Quality horse. Amy trained by Charlie Crockart. Janine Kutsia, who we've just seen, trained by Charlie Crockart. Actually, there's a few of them in this field who are trained by Charlie, who I see is here. Beautifully done there, Amy Hay and Bellamy. What a lovely horse. Beautiful expression on its face as well. Ears pricked. Lovely type. Certainly one for the future. We'll keep an eye there. Jumps are lovely clear. So the winner of the class, Kalaho Consina Saluminel, clear in 63.98. Janine Kutsia just off the pace in second, 65.76. And in third place, Kalaho, Larry Boo and Ashley Taylor, clear in 69.93. That concludes the first of the under 25 A2 classes for this afternoon here at the ranch. 1 meter 30. And once again, provisional result. 3 prizes on offer. Saluminel from Janine Kutsia and Ashley Taylor in third. And there's a shot, a lovely silhouette shot of some of our international visiting riders here to compete in the FEI World Challenge Jumping Finals, hosted in South Africa. The last time we hosted this event, 2014. Great to have it back. Last time out in Johannesburg at Kyalami Equestrian Park. And this time we're in Polokwane, Limpopo Province. Here's the results. Saluminel clear in 63.98. Janine in second, third place Ashley Taylor. There were in fact just the 3 places on offer, but there are the rankings. Amy Hay in fourth on that lovely new acquisition of hers, Bellamy. Olivia Sarur, Kalaho Conchetta in fifth. Divan Bosman in sixth on Kalaho Belvany.
I'm gonna follow you. No problem. Do you want me to go outside?
And that's where we are. What a beautiful shot. Mountains in the background. Limpopo Province. Lots to see in Limpopo Province. And that is the ranch. Now the ranch, plenty to do. There's golf course, Protea Hotel, game viewing. Got lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Just the lions. No tigers or bears. This is Africa. Beautiful setting. Hope to have many, many more shows here in the future. Wonderful to be here. Not far from Polokwane. What are we, about 30 k's from Polokwane, something like that? Lovely big conference centre. Lots going on there this afternoon. And a real family hotel. Got tennis courts, lots of pools to swim in. As you can see, the tennis courts in the background. Really is a lovely establishment. Happy to be here, and big thank you to the ranch. As you see, some of those pools looking very, very inviting. I've got to say, the temperature here is probably around 35 degrees, something like that. So one more class to go. It's not a big one, and then I can guarantee all of us here around the showgrounds will be moving up there to the pools for a nice cool off. Looking forward to it. Great shot there, Protea Hotel here at the ranch. Back to the winners' enclosure. Here in this wonderful FEI Arena, which has played host to us over the last couple of days, and still a couple more to come. Remember, tomorrow is a rest day. I'm sure the horses will be worked just to loosen up, but nothing more than that. And then Saturday is the big day. Saturday we'll see the finals of the World Jumping Challenge. Still awaiting the overall classifications for that. It's still being ratified, and once we do have that, we will certainly let you know. I'm not going to put anything up on screen until we have the official top 8, and then the 8 that go down into the consolation farewell class. Mary Binks there. Callao Larry Boo and Ashley Taylor, who finished up in 3rd place. The winner was Salome Nell and Janine Kutsia back in 2nd. Salome Nell, who you just saw in picture, Callao Consina, despite her efforts jumping around this 1 meter 30 A2 track, still full of beans. Enjoyed that spin around the arena in her victory parade. Is the winner, 63.98. Janine Kutsia in 2nd, Rotoflow Capital Cameron. And this is all confirmed. Ashley Taylor in 3rd, Callao Larry Boo. One more class to come this afternoon. There are 8 horses that will jump around an A2 competition. Many of the same riders that you've just seen in the 130s. The class has just been opened, and riders are going to walk the course in a moment or two. It's a 1 meter 35 A2 competition, and due to start, I believe, at 3 o'clock. So around about 35 minutes from now, we'll take a quick break. Plenty more to come here on Equestrian Live as we take a look at the next class in a short while from now. Don't go too far. Right, so the first horse is coming in for the final class of the afternoon. It's a 1m35 A2 under 25s. Rotaflow Bellissimo will be first to go, as you see on the graphic on screen. That's to be ridden by Janine Coetzee. Amy Hay goes at number 2 on Othello. At 3 is Ziskanel, Callagho Victory Love. At 4, Emma Wales-Smith, Capital Salvador. Ashley Taylor goes at 5 on Hope van Orshoff. Michaela Martin goes at 6 on Vulcan. At 7, Devon Bosman Zakiro. At 8, Janine Coetzee goes once again on Caracas. And last to go will be Divan Bosman on his second ride, Cornerstone's Nobelo. So A2 competition, 1 round against the clock. Brett Webber, the course builder here, last class of the afternoon, 490 meters, 84 seconds, your course dimensions. For South Africa, Rotaflow, Bellissimo and Janine Kutsia gets us underway. Let's take a look at this track. So we start off once again over the Epol Oxa, but going in the opposite direction to the previous course. Right-handed turn, Western Shop vertical, then a bit of a left-handed swing, so a bit of a serpentine from 1, 2 and 3. Bellissimo giving that plenty of air at 3. And then that double, Toyota double, Oxa coming in vertical out. That's at 4, at 5 Peter Morrison. That's skinny Oxa. Six a vertical on the distance. Right-handed turn. Loop back to 7. Ranch Oxa at 8. Oh, Bellissimo nearly jumped number 1 backwards. Plenty scope, step. Son of Breitling out of a Kidam Darvel dam line. 9, that Hollard vertical. And it's a loop back. Right-handed loop back to 10. 5 strides to the 4 double of verticals to finish. And Janine's time, 81.80. So not the fastest in the world, but a lovely ride. Time allowed 84 seconds. Janine just building rounds with Bellissimo. Gets a lovely tune out of that big stallion. It's a lot of horse for young Janine to partner, and she does it beautifully. Well done, Janine. Amy Hay for Zimbabwe goes next. Othello van het Kaiserhof. Remember Amy Hay representing Zimbabwe at the Youth Equestrian Games last year. A new ride for Amy, so she's building a new string. Lovely horses she has in her string, does Amy. Trained by Charlie Crockart, long-time coach. Sure, natural athlete this horse. Skips up through over that B element of that double. Seven strides from 5 to 6. Haven't seen this horse out under Amy before, but liking it a lot. Blood horse, beautiful technique. Taking it to the fences. Lots of natural scope, kick up off the ground, lots of athleticism. Amy doing well just to hold the mare off of its fences. Big smile from Amy Hay, 86.18. So unfortunately the time not there, so we're going to have to watch the clock here. Janine was inside, but only just in 81.80, and Amy Hay on Othello van het Kaiserhof, 3 for time. Gelding, I beg your pardon. By Harley. Out of a 4 pleasure dam line, beautiful pedigree. Othello van het Kaiserhof, Amy Hay. Like that a lot. Ziskanel goes next. Callahoo Victory Love. By Callahoo Victory Forever. Out of a Cassini dam line. Love this horse. And Ziska gets a beautiful tune. Seen her win some very hotly contested classes. Oh! I was just second guessing her there. Chips one in, but gets away with it. And I'm afraid ran out of luck now at fence number 3. Just having a look, unusual for this horse. She is sensitive, is quirky. Just not loving the outing this afternoon, I'm afraid, so very out of character there. I know that the production of this horse wasn't an easy one. It's got a lot of attitude, alpha mare, but today just saying no. So back to the training paddock, I'm afraid, there for Ziska, but they'll be back. That's a talented individual, not showing what she can do, what she's capable of this afternoon, but I promise you, Callahove Victory Love, a cracker horse that. Emma Wales Smith goes next, Capital Salvador, another young lady trained by Charlie and Crockart. Salvador by Capital Shiraz. He is son of Staccato out of a Capriccio dam line. Oh, just light touch on that Western Shop vertical. It's come down, so 4 penalties. Rotaflow Bellissimo and Janine Kutsia, despite that relatively, not going to say slow, but deliberate round 81.80, still out front on a 0 penalty score. At this stage, the only horse that has come home with a clear. Janine does have a second ride, but still a couple of really top-class combinations to come in this under 25, 1 meter 35. Finishes on a score of 4 in 72.72, so by far the quickest time. 9 seconds inside of the leader's time, but counts for nothing when you've had one down, and that's the pole that came down, that Western Shop vertical. Front toe on that one, 4 penalties, I'm afraid, but a good effort. Salvador jumping a really good round despite that one pole, and the quick time 72.72. Question Affairs, Hope van Oorsorf, Ashley Taylor. In fact, this is Michaela Martin Takentog's Elzu Vulcan, so Ashley's going to be a little bit later. Michaela you would have seen earlier on if you'd been tuned into the broadcast, competing in the qualifiers this morning for South Africa. Absolutely adore this horse, Elzu Vulcan, son of Verdi out of a Bambex dam line. Bit of a breeze has picked up. A welcome breeze, it must be said. Taking a bit of a respite in the heat, so that's nice. Oh, quick turn back there to number 10, penultimate fence on course, and just costing Michaela there the 4 penalties. Really, really good effort, 70.05. What a great time. Fastest time by some 2 seconds, the next best 72.72, and then we jump up into the 80s and the leader's time 81.80, who's still Janine on 0 penalties, and just the lightest of touches on the way through with those front toes brings that fence down, but Michaela really happy. Elzu Vulcan jumping out of his socks this afternoon. It was a really quick turn back to fence number 10 there, just touching it on the way through. Didn't run him off his feet, just made all the turns, kept it really nice and tight, and coming home in a very quick time. Shows you what a nice rhythm and some tight turns can do. 70,05. So here goes Ashley, safely over fence number 1. Equestrian Affairs Hope van Orshoff has found a rail. Fence number 2, son of Cabrio van der Heffink. Going to be Ashley's class. 4 penalties, early rail. Now she's got to keep it together here, so still just that one clear. Bellissimo was first to go, is the only clear so far. Janine played it safe, made sure she jumped all the fences clean, wasn't too worried about the time. 81,80. The horses have seen that can be beaten by a long way, but of course you've got to leave them all up here. And so far, Janine, the only rider to do that in this 1m35. Just the one mistake. Early rail, fence number 2 for Ashley Taylor in 75.40. Let's take a look at the overall classifications with just a few more to come. Bellissimo and Janine leading. The only clear. The next best 3 time penalties, Othello and Amy Hay, jumped them clean, but not so for the clock as we take a look at the early rail there for Hope and Ashley. That was fence number 2 that came down. Currently in third, Tack and Togs, Elzu Vulcan, Michaela Martin, 4 penalties in 70,05. Just the one clear at the current time. Next to go, we should have Divan Bosman, who's currently, I can see, over in the still over in the warm-up arena, just having his tack adjusted by coach Anton Hook, his long-time coach. Now Divan has absolutely been dominating the scene. There he is as he makes his way into the arena. Big youth extravaganza over at Maple Ridge the week before Derby. Junior show. Divan in splendid form, winning all of the qualifiers, going up into the big class as well. Under 25 or Youth Championship of South Africa, I think it is, and taking that title as well. A young rider title. So Divan is the reigning young rider champion of South Africa, which he won on this lovely horse of his, Zach as he fondly calls him, Zakiro, son of Consuelo. And let's see what he can do this afternoon. Big jump up over number 1. Partnership that's come together so well. Oh, not his day today, I'm afraid. Gets a little bit snug to jump number 2. And that's come down. So still Janine leading here. Road to Flow Bellissimo, and of course she's got another ride still to come. She comes in next on Road to Flow Caracas. Despite that rail at fence number 2, Divan riding a peach of a round here. Beautiful rhythm he's got, smooth. Just letting the canter roll on nicely to the fences. Don't seem doing too much up in that saddle, but of course when it looks like they're doing nothing, that's the picture you want to create. They're doing everything up there. Well done. 4 penalties in 80,46 on Midgard Zakiro Divan Bosman. Cornerstone setup of trainer Anton Hook. Well done, young man. 4 penalties, not your day today. Still Janine leading, 81.80 as we take a look at the replay of a fence that's come down most of all, more than any other fence. Fence number 2, and just got a little bit tight to that. He was straight, slightly tight and hit it on the way up. So here's Rotoflow Caracas now. Blood Horse, son of Carico, out of a Stolzenberg mare. He's a quirky individual, but he absolutely loves Janine. A sympathetic approach to riding. Remember, this is the leader on Bellissimo. He jumped a clean round in a time of 81.80. Got a feeling this is going to be quicker, but of course she's got to leave them up if she wants to take the lead on Caracas. I'll put her in first and second for this class if she manages to do that. So far, so good. Halfway around the track now. She's looking like she's well up on her time on Bellissimo. Oh, that is down. So I'm afraid looking to beat herself as she's lost a stirrup. Time to the last line, just with the one stirrup. Look at that time, 69.26. Goodness me. She could have really taken her time from 9 to 10, and still she would have taken the lead by a long way. So at that stage she did have her stirrups, and I think just there, that's where she loses it, just as he falters on the pole. So in fact that's all of them. I believe that Devon Bosman on his last horse is scratched, Cornerstone's Nobello, so Caracas was the last in, and Janine takes the win, but not on Caracas, on Bellissimo, the only clear in 81.80. Second place going to Amy Hay and Othello von Het Kaiserhoff in 86.18. Was clear for jumping, but 3 for time. Watch out for that one in the future. Looks like a good one. And Rotoflow, Caracas and Janine back in third. So Janine first and third. Just the 1 pole, 4 penalties in a devastatingly fast time of 69.26. As you heard me say, she could have taken another 10 seconds on that turn back and she still would have beaten herself. So there are your top 3. Provisional result: Janine, from Amy, from Janine, Bellissimo, Othello, Caracas. So coming up next is the National Under 25 1m35 A2 prize giving. And then a little bit of a wrap of the day's proceedings here on Equestrian Live. Remember, Saturday, the big day. It's an off day tomorrow. Then we'll be back on air on Saturday for the finals. World Jumping Series finals. And the consolation class as well coming up on Saturday. Look there at Charles Roberts. Amy Hay there with Othello.
First on the open clear, Rotoflow Q Bellissimo Z, and third place on Rotoflow Caracas, the quickest of our 4 bolters. wonderful prizes courtesy of our sponsors. The winners here today. Second place, FEI and the fellow from South Africa, delivering a wonderful round. Three-time penalties, but leaving all the fences standing. So very well done to this class as soon as the final photos have been taken. And as soon as our judge and photograph safely out the way, then we'll be able to take our riders off on a lovely lap run led by Janine and Roy.
Right, so there are the victory pictures from this arena here at the Ranch Equestrian. For the final time of the afternoon, Janine Kutsia taking the win on a Rotoflow Bellissimo, having a good outing here. Second place, Amy Hay on a new ride for her, Othello, and Janine back in third as well on a Rotoflow Caracas. So well done to Janine. It's Thursday afternoon. That's just about all that she wrote here from the Ranch Equestrian. What a great day it's been. We resume our broadcast on Saturday. Tomorrow is an off day. Saturday we bring you the final starting at 10 to 10. We're on air at 9:50. It includes the FEI Jumping World Challenge Farewell Competition and the FEI Jumping World Challenge Final, as well as the FEI CS1 Under 25 1 meter 30 and 1 meter 35 championships. So we look forward to that. As you can see on screen, our broadcast start time is 9:50, 10 to 10 in the morning, and that's what we look forward to on Saturday. Congratulations to all of our winners today. Some 2 qualifiers towards the World Jumping Challenge today, and of course the 2 classes that we've just seen, the 130 and the 135s as well. Plenty more to come on Saturday. We do hope that you have enjoyed today's broadcast here on Equestrian Live. Until Saturday morning at 10 to 10, do take care. We'll see you then. From all of us at the 2023 FEI Jumping World Challenge Final at the Ranch Equestrian Centre in Polokwane, it's goodbye until Saturday.